let's go.
A warm welcome from a classic cold winter morning here in Austria. This is the YETI 2026 Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl by Dynastar. We're standing here on a cliff with the commentator truck and we are ready for an amazing show by the best freeride juniors in the world. My name is Flo Oli. Thank you very much, Aline Bock, for coming today, joining us, a former freeride world tour champion. Stoked to have you here today.
Thank you, Flo, for having me. I'm super excited to be commentating with you at this event again. I'm really looking forward to it.
We are especially looking forward to have competitors right in front of. We're literally standing on a cliff, and we can't believe how perfect this setup here is today. Let's have a look at today's venue, because we have a special one. We have a new venue for this year's Freeride Junior World Championships, and have a look with it what things are going to be looking like today out there. Yeah, riders are going to be dropping off right off the top station of the famous Kopfbahn. In other years, this is where they start the half-hour hike to the actual Quellspitze, which does not provide the conditions to host a World Championship today, but the organizers have really done a great job by choosing this venue. So you see that lift station in the middle of your frame right now. The start gets right there, and from that spot the juniors can go left and right, and they have an enormous amount of terrain with rollovers, cliff, wide open powder fields, big options for the freestylers as well as for the big mountain riders among the kids. Yeah, up to 40 degrees steep this venue today. The special part is the orientation. We're going to get onto that a little bit, but first look at those awesome features. Big cliffs, uphill wind lips, perfect for spinning. I rode up with one of the riders today and he said he's planning for a 7. I'm sure it's not the only one. I think we can be ready for some great tricks, huh, Aline?
I just wanted to mention it. It's perfect bluebird, amazing conditions in obviously a little bit of tracked, but it doesn't keep the riders from doing and throwing off amazing tricks.
No, for sure not. What's going to be special today is we have that top part of the venue, which is actually northwest facing, and then that venue turns a bit to west-southwest. We have here this amazing race jump features. Look at it. This is what the riders are going to be seeing as they come down the face. And that snow is going to be changing from the top to bottom. It's from powdery to a bit crusty to spring conditions. So really only the best of the best are going to be able to ride flawlessly from top to bottom. But they had the chance to go down to the left and the right side of the venue, get really great angles on those features. So I'm pretty sure the trick lever is going to go through the roof today.
Absolutely. And now you can see with the drone, there's a lot of possibilities to throw down some amazing, hopefully amazing tricks, and wind lips I can see here. Oh, I'd like to go down now.
Yeah, we just get the voicemail up from the forerunners, and they said especially the upper half has great conditions. It is possible to slash. It's all powery, it's deep, but as you get further down, snow is getting a bit more critical. There are hard patches, sun affected patches, and this is also the reason why the start of the competition got delayed by 2 hours. Typically in Kappl we start very early to catch the morning sun, but Markus Kogler, head of safety and who's been doing job for about 15 years, he said, no, let's start at 11 a.m., give the sun the chance to soften up the snowboard, and I think it was a very good decision.
Exactly. I think like only starting a freeride competition is not that usual, starting at 11 o'clock, but this time it seems like it's a good decision.
No, I remember this in my time, so we had to get up at 4 a.m. with the gondola at 6.
In the dark.
In the dark, yeah. And this conditions also did affect the starting order. We have the skiers first today, starting with the girls, followed by the boys. Typically in powder conditions, it's the other way around. Here, actually, in these yellow pants, that's Marcus Kogel ahead of competition, giving us a wave. He chose a very good spot. We can overview the whole venue to make sure everything's going as planned. All right, I just get the info. We have the start actually a little early planned. 11:10. That is in 4.5 minutes. We have the first rider in the gate. Aline, what's left to say before we start this year's competition?
Obviously, now you can see the start list. Skier women going first. Oh, you can see 26, like coming all the way from Japan, from New Zealand. They're motivated.
Yeah, especially for many of the overseas kids, be it from Japan, Canada, or the US, it's their first trip overseas and then right to the World Championships. I mean, that's got to be so exciting to do this trip. Another Japanese guy, Kitsuna Takahashi, in the Japanese crowd. Yeah, Bruno, I see, with 46. Chilean boy who's based in Innsbruck for this winter. An adventure of a lifetime. You know, you're 18 years old, you come to the Alps for a couple months and you do this competition as a highlight. It's going to be a dream come true. At least that's what I would have wished for when I was a junior.
Start list, Snowboard Man. Snowboard Man going last, kind of, and that's why flow conditions for snowboarders are different than for skiers. Yeah,
since we all know snowboarding was invented to ride powder and soft snow in general, and we're waiting for the sun to soften up the lower part of the venue, the decision was taken to have the snowboarders go last, but that lower part should be nice and slushy and thus allow the snowboarders to simply perform better and show better action, whereas as a skier, since you are on two edges, it's a lot easier to deal with that harder morning snow. All right, we'll be ready. We're ready now to look at some highlight clips from last year when we're riding off the Quellspitze to give you a taste of what you can expect from today's competition.
Welcome to the 2025 Junior Freeride World Championships by Dynastar here in Kappl in Austria.
Big moves, great vibes. This was last year's event. I remember the drama with the last man is skiers category, Noah Presere, taking the title home. And we are ready for the first competitor of today, Elfie Rouillet from Switzerland. She has a second place here and a third place here over the last years. It's the third time she's competing at the FIS YETI Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl by Dynastar, and obviously all she wants is
a first. She's just getting a hug. Now she's getting prepared. It's hard to be number one. I can remember I was number one in the start gate, and it's to open a whole event is. I think she must be very nervous, but
yeah, typically riders say bib number 4, 5, 6 is ideal. You get the rhythm of the comb going. You don't really be number one, but on the other hand, it's something special. You're right in there.
It's super special.
You know the world's watching. It's waiting for you. We are waiting for you, Elfie. We wish you all the best, and we just can't wait to see you riding down this beautiful venue here in Kappl.
I hope everyone's staying safe. and go home afterwards.
Exactly, yeah. Wow. So if you're wondering, because we have, well, I gotta start this differently. If you tune us to this event on YouTube, you have a chat going, and you can ask us questions in this chat, and if we have the time in the live stream, we are happy to answer them. And one question that already came up, what about double and triple backflips? Well, this is a junior event within the Field World Tour, and at those events, the juniors are not allowed to do any tricks where the bindings are higher than the head. So no flips, no backflips. It's not that these kids aren't capable of it. I know some of these kids who have done double and triple backflips. You see it on their Insta accounts. But they are also role models for all the juniors out there in the world. And you don't want kids who don't have the experience yet to follow. The score will be given by after the riders have passed the judging line. And we'll have a live ranking as one rider after the other comes down to the finish line. So, Aline, what are the emotions in a head if you're in the start gate at a World Championship event, especially if it's a one-off event? We used to have the Freeride World Tour only, so 5-6 events per year, but you know this is only one event. You have 30, 60, 90 seconds.
And you have to go. Yeah, this must be really hard. Now back, okay, Flo, I can't even answer. I'm so excited for her now. My heart is already bumping, and I think she's dropping in. In 30 seconds, we just heard, oh God, I'm really cheering her up now. Just, yeah, she's going to deliver a good show. Oh, I'm sure.
I just see Martin Benders giving big shout-outs on YouTube to her. So a World Tour rider who has been a winner here a few years ago gives it up for his countryman. And this is
She's going.
The 2026 YETI Freeride World Championships Kappl by Dynastar are open. We'll be on the way. So we see the snow up there, really good, grippy with powder on top. Really depending if you're going more skiers left or right, you get different conditions. Her
Coming to the first
hit,
and a 360.
nice and floaty left and three, super controlled. So this is about the time where you should get rid of your nervousness and just focus on your skiing.
Really smooth now. Now going to the second wind lip. Nice. She's really smooth. Like she's like, yeah, I can do this. Coming in now to the first cliff. Wow.
Huge cliff.
Wow. Is she landing a little bit of backsliding now? Ooh,
wow, that's where the training pays off. She manages to stay on her feet, even she got really compressed. That's going to be hard for judges to define. Was it a stage 1, 2, or 3 backseat? Another 3.
Wow. Now coming to a little bit of a rocky part. And then whether you decide to jump over some little rocks again. And then I think this is the judging is over now.
If you look all the way to the Lucas right, you see a black flag. From there, horizontal over. This is the black flag. Very nice run off bib number 1, Verbier. I think she didn't ride at 110%. Yeah, like she really gave it a very controlled approach. Very thought out. She really found, I think, all the features she was looking for. I think she might have been able to supersize some of those trick features.
Yep.
But it's obviously very important for her to stay in control, and that's what she did, and that's going to be the benchmark for the next couple of riders. If we're going into this event as Europe's number 5, with actually a win here in Austria. She won the Montafon 3-star in her quest to qualify for this event last year in the Juniors Tour. So she has good memories of Austria. A third and a second here, a first in the Montafon Junior. So the first score for the judges always hard to give.
And now you can see her in the finish line, waiting for the score.
Second place 2024, third place 2025. Can it be the title today?
Yeah, in the background we hear Kai, the voice, long-term commentator of the Open Faces Freeride Series in Austria. Almost 2 decades he spent his weekends aside his normal job in the ski resorts, commentating in the cold and the warm. Thank you, Kai, for showing so much freeride passion and being there at all those events. All right, Aline, please remember me not to make any guesses on scores today, because I remember hopeless. I'm getting hopeless when I'm not focusing on the judging. I get carried away my emotions. So we just let the judges do their job and see what they come up with.
Yeah, it must be pretty hard that the first rider like to come up with a score now to kind of see the score, like the next upcoming scores.
Yeah, judging is a science-based zone. We have a judging explanation video for you. So if you have for you prepared, so if you do have any delays in the comp, we will show it to you. Otherwise, we'll just go into it as we're proceeding. But just as basic info, we have 5 criteria. It's the line, it's the fluidity, it's the air and style, it's the safety, and the technique. So those 5 boxes you want to tick. You want to ride as fast as you can on a difficult run. When you want to do as many and spectacular jumps as you can, but clean. And after all, your technique in skiing should be displayed as well, that it's on a high level. And all these 5 goes into you. One score from 0 to 100. 3 judges give you a score, and then it's that overall is divided by 3. So no one can say that any nation gives you an advantage if the judge comes from the same nation as the rider, for example. And obviously we have a video judge as well in place, so if there's any crash, the video judge can do a replay and see, oh, was it a bad crash, not as bad, how many points do have to be deducted. So really professional, everything in Kappl, all the judging.
Vibe looks good in the finish area, right? Everyone's like probably getting a place and then sitting in the sun, hopefully getting some, not sunburned.
That's another tough one if you're number 1. You're the first rider to arrive. You know,
exactly.
The lady arrived, the more people are down there cheering. So here we do get the replay of Elfie's run. Wow, she was really holding on for dear life after that drop. She played it really smart. She kind of rode into that cliff drop, but it was still a big impact there for her. Bit of a Max Hitze kind of landing, you know, yeah, who always seems to backslip, but then having so much stamina and muscles that he keeps his upper body from touching the snow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, touch is really taking a long time. We can be sure that this process will be sped up a lot faster as the competition continues, but for the first score, it's always good to take that time, review, especially those landings where you're not sure. That's the hardest part in judging. If a rider has a problem and touches the snow with his hands, with his back, is it a full backflip, means he bounces off the snow, or is it just being compressed or leaning back? Because that defines if there's a 5, 10, 15 or more point deduction, which then obviously results in a very different score.
Exactly, and then you have to compare to how big was the cliff, like how was the landing, where did she land, or where did the rider land, and then...
Exactly, it is. If there's any disagreement in judging, that's afterwards of the event, that's usually where it comes from. But there's hardly any discussions anymore these days because the judges are so well trained and most of them have a multiple 10+ year experience. And we have judges from the different systems. We have judges here from the US and from South America and from Europe. So we can be sure that the score that eventually shows up on the display is the correct one. Yeah, I'm sure Mary Hagel up there in the start gate is ready as well, just waiting for a go. Aline, when was your last event? How many years ago? Oh, before we talk about that, let's check Ivi's score.
64 points for her. Yeah, it's hard to, because they didn't have any comparison, right?
Yeah, well, definitely she had 2 threes in there and a big cliff drop, so I think that there was definitely a certain deduction for that landing.
Absolutely.
And 64, the benchmark and the score to beat for Maggie Halley, our first overseas athlete from Canada.
18 years old.
Yeah, to be able to compete in the Freeride Junior World Championships, the athletes have to be a minimum of 14 years old, and they cannot be older than 19. There's actually an age limit. I think I have to look it up before I give you any wrong information on this. But now let's focus on Mary Hagel from Canada.
Also taking it. Wow, that was
starting off with a bang.
A big first start.
That's what you want to do. You want to wake up those judges and tell them, hey, I'm here, I'm ready, and I'm charging.
Okay, she's going on the ridge now. And probably going for a little bit of a bigger size cliff now. Okay, she's riding down. Did you see that she was just like riding in between? I couldn't really see if she was jumping over it or if she was riding around.
So there's some areas that they're not allowed to go down to off that ridge. You have to be very aware where you're going.
Whoa,
wow, super tight in this cliff.
A little bit of a no.
I was just going to say,
bummer.
what a stump by Mary Hagel. Amazing legs, but then as she's riding out of the landing, she catches an edge and falls down. That
into
was
a little
bad luck
hole.
because
Can you see?
the landing itself was amazing.
maybe she was going a little bit too far, so the landing was quite flat, ending up in a little bit of hole or flat area now. I hope she's okay.
So both of her skis are still on her feet, it seems. So it means if she keeps on riding, she will get a score. She will get the score.
She's up again
and be ranked. But I hope we get a display on that, because I think the actual landing was amazing. It was a major compression, but she stomped it.
Yeah, really holding up to it, and then just a couple of meters later, she had the little crash.
So obviously that feature, I think we can say that already now after 2 riders, it's going to see a lot of traffic. It's going to be in the focus of the riders, and that's going to be deciding a deciding factor, being able to stomp this rather flat landing and to ride out of it clean.
Fun fact about her, she just told us that she was competing against her older sister. She is from Lake Lewis. And we hope now, she might be probably a little bit disappointed. But yeah, that's part of the game. If you risk a little bit, you know, then also there's a chance of, you know, going down and not be super, and you can be super frustrated if it doesn't work out what you've planned. But I think her line choice was great, you know, it was big cliff, and the beginning, I thought the beginning looked really smooth.
Yeah, her body language really showed a lot of confidence, and the speed that she approached the big cliff with told the story itself. And she's going to be bummed because she stomped that big cliff really nice, and it was only afterwards that she got into trouble.
Her score 24.3. Yeah, of course. Her body language, you can see, that was not what she was expecting.
There is disappointment, but she can be proud of what she did. Next rider up at the gate from Switzerland, Nima Jeannet-Morillon. And that's funny because with her mother, I was still competing on those events about 20 years ago. So
wow.
It's amazing. Yeah.
She's only 15 years old?
One of the youngest competitors. And I really like her date of birth because she was born on 13th of October 2010. That's exactly to the day, 35 years after my birthday. All right, Nima, on course and approaching the first windlip with a lot of speed, actually.
Wow, that was a nice landing. Did you see that? Was she spinning over it? We couldn't really see it from here.
It's not easy for us to see
going
on the
fast,
big screen what's happening.
A little
on those
shifty
jumps.
now. And another little cliff, but super clean riding. Ooh!
There was another 3, a little unstable in the air, managing to put it together just before the landing, which was actually clean. Wow, and here's the finish line. Once again, you see that flag on left side. So if you make it over this line, this is where the judges stop judging and get right to work. Wow, I hope we get a replay of that first jump of hers, because you couldn't really tell from this angle if she was spinning or if it was a straight air, which is obviously going to have big influence on her score. Aline, what else do we have on Nima Jeannet-Morillon?
She has been competing. She has been on the Junior World Championships before?
All right, actually in the finish right now, Nima Jeannet-Morillon. It's going to be one of the youngest competitors of this crowd. Woo!
Oh yeah, here I can see the results. She has been on the Freeride Series, on the Junior Tour, a first place, 3 first places, 2 first places in 25 and 1 first place in 24.
68-67, that's a new leader in that girls skiing category.
we have a new leader. Lieber Jenny Morion, first place with 68.637.
All right, what is skier family? Her brother Gabin is competing as an alpine skier. Mother Francine was a pro skier, a true skier dynasty. Back to the start, another Canadian girl is ready to rock today's athlete phase, Sawyer Popovich. Also see one of the younger ones today, 16 years of age. And there she is. Good luck for your challenge, Sawyer. Going right away to the skiers left. Actually coming close to us, so I'll switch to live. She's just right on the way to her truck. Yeah, Sawyer!
Ooh, she's just almost coming right near us, going
2
over
meters
this little
in front of us at
drop.
full speed up to the next cliff. Wow, it's amazing, guys, to be right there, part of
we've
the competition.
never been so near.
No, over the rollover, that's pretty hard for orientation, but it looks like she knows exactly where she's going. Lining this cliff up, bit of a peppery takeoff. Yeah, she's back into the shade.
Nice one.
Super controlled.
Looks
very
really
fast on support.
confident on her skis.
Yeah, she was blasting along that ridge. So now on her way to the big roller. She's got something special planned going onto this window.
Wow, this looks really technical, and now she's like off a massive.
Wow, transferring over the exit of this
really
corner.
nicely done.
Full speed
And
to the
again,
next
full
feature.
speed. Wow, very impressive, very solid. And another and another little feature. That was.
So Sawyer.
Oh, was that before the judging line? She's okay. She's waving her hands.
Sawyer Popovich, after a blasting run, having a ski disappearing in the snow and front punching, getting ejected out of both of her skis. And what we cannot see right now, if it was before or after the judging line. Yeah, she waved to mean she's fine, but she's definitely got to be bruised a bit from that high-speed rollover.
Wow, that must have been like probably the snow down there is a lot softer now. So she just got stuck with one of or two of the skis and just did a little rollover.
Being at 16 age, being such an experienced girl already, she has competed in Canada, the USA, Chile, and did so well on this run today. Her body language is really speaking of a lot of confidence, and she was probably done the fastest run so far in the women's field. But then just before that finish line, yeah, now we can see the flag up there. So this crash is not going to affect her judging.
That was lucky. That was lucky because I would have been so bummed for her. That was such a good run.
Exactly. So the judges can proceed and judge this run, and anything that happens after that judging line, which is not run into the snow, but it is between two flags, so it's not going to affect the score. So she can take all the time and collect her gear and then ride down to the finish.
I'm now really looking forward to see the slow motion of her run. Because she included a lot of features and jumps and in a very technical line.
Yeah, a very different approach than first competitor Elfie, for example. She did not add any freestyle elements, any spins, but was really aggressive in her riding, top to bottom, with a lot of speed, and we'll see those highlights of her run once again here and the replay.
Now we can see.
Well, all we saw now, what a crash after the judging line. I would have rather loved to focus on the positive parts, on those big drops she did. Especially that big feature drop was amazing because she took a takeoff angle, sent her like over the actual run out of the couloir, and she found a nice transition, which, as we have seen with the first ride, is going to be crucial at this jump there.
But she managed really well. I think it was like you couldn't really see, like she couldn't even see at the takeoff, and then, but you could. I could feel that she absolutely knew where she was going.
All right, it's back up to the start gate, and there's a name which we have heard and seen here in years before. Ida Fehn from Norway, 16 years of age, and she's already done 2 events here. She finished 6th and 3rd in past Freeride Junior World events, and she wants to be on that podium again. Ida, all the best. Represent Norway.
alpine racing when she was young with her dad. And I went into freeriding. Now she's like entering her first feature.
Also coming right past our accommodator's truck. I really love this drone footage. It's like you're standing right next to her. Not easy for orientation out of this ridge because it keeps rolling over in two ways. Yeah, on the ridge and then also into the shadowy part on the right. It seems like Ida is finding her entrance now and she's ready for action.
Now she's stopping a little bit and finding her takeoff, landing it clean. And now I'm probably going to that obvious wind lip where you can take off depending on the speed you have, if you want to go big or just float over it.
And she went for the floater, and now she has one more feature ahead of her. She uses to ride over the wind lip and then between all those peppery rocks. And you can tell the sun is doing its job, and it's going to be softening up more and more throughout the day. So Ida Fane, she must be right at judging line now. With a clean run, also chose to road out to the left side. Maybe not as spectacular as Soja Popovic right ahead of her, but nevertheless clean and no crashes, no mistakes, which is very crucial for a good score.
Here you can see the first little one just getting into it and then searching a little bit for the entrance of her second feature, but landing it clean and enjoying some air over this wind lip. And now she's just entering at the finish line. Which is not always the case at freeride competition. Sometimes it's so far away from, from a resort or something like that you can, nobody can be there in the finish line.
53.33 for Ida Fane. As spectacular as the others, and obviously the more you risk, right, the further you set your jumps, the more points you will end up at the end of your run. And we're jumping back up to the start to Argentina, I believe. No, Chile. Aymara Viel, leader and last year's winner of the South America ranking in the under 18, under 90 category. And I really like her profile picture. She has a picture of her racing in a downhill outfit, so she can do it all. She's not only a freerider, she can only do the super Gs and the downhill. So that key technique she has from this racing background should really help her today in the challenging snow conditions at the Albert Cup. Also choose to go all the way to the skier's left. Is passing.
Coming in quite fast.
Yeah, our truck. So amazing to have the kids go right by here.
Yeah, I think you can actually see that she's coming from racing because she's really solid on her skis, going really fast. Already, she really looks like she actually knows where she's going. Taking this little cliff from the side.
Yeah, smart choice of terrain. There's a lot of untracked areas out there, which allows her to set those super G kind of turns into untracked terrain. Great display of technique by Aymara Viel.
Yeah, she chose not to go big on a jump. It's more like cruising around the rocks but in a very solid and fast.
Yeah, it's very amazing. This is only bit number 6, and we have seen totally different approaches, right? We have seen Aymar now with her super G kind of speed turns on the line that did not include a lot of jumps. We have seen Soja Popovic going big over the cliffs. We have seen Ida Fane on smaller cliffs. Very different approach from the different riders on today's competition in the ski women field.
Yeah, and I think that always really depends on what your background is. Is it like, are you coming from freestyle? Do you want to jump off some huge features? Or, are you coming from ski racing and are you going fast and then probably not jumping very technical?
Exactly, yeah. But if you want to be at the top these days, you have to be a very complete rider, no matter what category. You want to mix those freestyle skills with the big mountain skills and be able to go high speed. Beautiful backdrop here, the Batsnaun Valley. Aymara Viel Bien hecho, Aymara, y bienvenido a toda la gente de América del Sur, de España, que están con nosotros hoy. Bienvenidos de Austria a Kappl.
Also, it was her first year competing, as a fun fact.
Right, waiting for those precious points. Gives a chance to also say hello to our people watching all over the world. It's 3 a.m. Mountain Standard Time in the States. It's 11 a.m. something in Austria. It's 7 p.m. Japan Standard Time. In New Zealand, it's 11 p.m. So I'm sure we have people in all those locations all over the world. Yeah, cheers for you, the ones who are staying up late, the ones who got up early and are watching us. Getting Aymar Giel a score of 54 points. That means placing herself right ahead of Ida Feen, which is currently the 4th place, right behind the podium.
In the start gate, number 7, Hannah Epstein.
I hope you pronounce that the right way, yeah?
From the US, on course, already dropping her first feature. It was a little bit in the shade, you couldn't really see it, but I think it was she got quite some air, and now
she
a
prepares
360.
for the left hand spin. Wow, that looked super comfortable. And she wrote in her comments that she was the first under 18 ever in the girls category
And
to land a 7
what?
in a free competition, and she tried it. That is so ambitious. Just gonna tell you, she
Big
did land.
props, and she is good. She's waving. She just lost the pole.
She was the first female ever to throw a 720 in a freeride competition in a recent comp at home, and she was going up today. That's so brave.
Great commitment.
Yeah, if you don't know that takeoff, you don't really know that fly curve, it's the first time ever in your life you hit the jump and you're going for a 7. It's so challenging, and I'm stoked she went for it. I know she's also capable of double backflips, as you can see on her Insta. So a bit unlucky as she did not stop the rotation at the very perfect moment, but I love the bravery that she went for it. Big props for you.
And as you can, as you just said, Flo, that either you stay safe on your skis, or you just risk something, and then really depends. If you're staying safe, you might be not in the top 3 anymore.
Exactly.
But if you risk it sometimes, and then you're probably going to be in the podium if it works out.
You got to risk it for the biscuit, but she's a very ambitious girl. She wants to be a pro freerider and go into the freeride film business. So I think with these performers, you have shown that you're totally capable of that. And even if you didn't land that 7 today, you do so at the next one, Hannah. Big props once more. There's no points for trying, but there's big props for trying, right?
And if you try it once, probably you're going to try it at the second or the, next event, and then it works out, and then...
Exactly. And Team Palisades at Tahoe, I mean, they have brought so many great freeriders. They really work so well with those kids. Look at that confidence, that technique. And it's just, even though the snow is ripply, her hands are not even moving. Yeah.
Yeah, still smiling. You can see, obviously, her body language saying, okay, not this time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm super happy for her that she actually tried. And
yeah. It's probably the field that we've seen the most progression of the last 10 years of freeriding, the female skiing. Yeah, on the juniors as well as the adults, on the challengers, the qualifiers, and the tour. Yeah, the level there is really going up. So there we go, warming up with 3. That was already flawless.
Wow.
Look how comfortable she's in there.
Here's the
7. So what went wrong?
Oh, yeah, she didn't.
Under rotating a little bit, which is interesting because seemed to look at her landing and then just not managing to bring the skis around all the way. But she has the technique to land those jumps anytime, 100%.
But did she lose a ski? Is she getting a score? She did not lose a ski.
As long as the feet stay on your feet, you will get a score. Obviously, you get a deduction for crash, and if you have to stop, you then get about a point deduction per second of stopping, but you will still get a score. Well, you will also be ranked if you lose a ski, but you'll not get a score. Hannah Epstein, coached by George Rodney, one of the true legends of the freeride world, who's showed some of the most memorable runs. I remember when the run on Andorra where George Rodney traversed about a kilometer to do the sickest move of probably the whole year on the World Tour. So this is probably where she has got her roots for those amazing.
All right, in the start gate, Annabelle
Approaches.
Francis, a last hug from the coach probably, and now she's already jumping into the venue with style and confidence, and she's quite fast on her skis. I can see, yeah, the wind lip, she just like aired the wind up a little bit.
Yeah, but going down here at full throttle, and the Kiwis have the reputation, you know, of always going for full throttle, and since they're not always blessed with powder, you know, their technique usually displays the worse the snow conditions are. Approaching the takeoff, very big.
You can see this left. Oh,
Not being able to deal with the compression. This cliff is going to be a heartbreak hotel today, I think, because it is powdery to take off, and if you're a little bit too fast, you're overshooting that transition.
and as you could see, she was like cutting into the takeoff, like cutting in and then going a different direction. That is really difficult. There was a lot of slough going down
Wow,
as well.
blasting to the bottom part of the venue. Yeah, the riders obviously want to take away the speed to be able to catch the transition, which is only existent right at the bottom of the cliff. And I think her approach was really smart to come in sideways
Absolutely.
in order not to have too much forward speed. But she still went maybe a meter too far to catch that nice 20, and then that compression seems brutal.
And now we also know why she's so fast and solid on her skis. She was also a ski racer before, and she began skiing free riding only 2 years ago. But that's where the technique is coming from. Now you can see in the replay.
Annabelle Francis, she's riding for New Zealand, but she's also training with Hannah Epstein in the Palisades Tahoe Freeride Club. So very international, the Kiwis as always. We see a little less Kiwis this year in Europe because of a change of rules. So the Kiwis have to collect the points to qualify for the Freeride Junior World Championships in New Zealand, which is, I think, a very fair decision. So not only wealthy families can afford to go overseas and collect points, so they collect their points at home. Yeah, but she still is a world traveler, riding for New Zealand, training the US, competing here in Austria today. 37-33, obvious with the crash after Big Cliff. Not the score she was waiting for, but similar to Hannah Epstein. Big props, Annabelle, for going big on one of the biggest feature of the venue today.
In the start gate now, from France, Victoria Trouba?
Victoria Trouba.
'18 years old from Les Arcs.
And 5th last year on her first appearance at the Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl. And off we go for Victoria.
Going to hit the wind lip first with a 360, staying on her feet. Probably checking out the conditions, and now getting ready for the second wind lip to throw some.
Here comes the left 10-3.
Another 3.
Very controlled as well. Yeah, to hit those takeoffs at the right speed, that's the most crucial part. Remember, this is not on-slope inspection. It's a visual inspection only. It means the riders can go to left, to right, top to bottom of the venue.
And another 360. Wow, she's
cannot
going
test
for
the jumps.
360s only. But that's okay. She in her information, she did a good run last year. She became 5th, and she really wanted. And then it ended because of a rock. And now she probably wants to make sure that she's standing on her feet.
Yeah, freeriding is such a mind game. You know, not knowing what to expect exactly snow-wise, takeoff-wise. You have to be so strong in your head. And if you have in your memory that on a certain venue a year ago you had a good run and you crashed, that is really hard to overcome. I talked about that to Jana Heusel today. Austrian skier is going to be in the start gate soon. She won here, I think, 2 years ago, and then last year she put way too much pressure on herself because of that and did not find her mental balance. And she said she did see a mental coach to get that mental game back again. And we'll see today if it works out for her.
Oh, I'm excited now.
It did definitely work out for Victoria Trouba. A very controlled run with two really beautiful 360s.
Three 360s.
All right. I think
This
that was
is
the
the first
first
little
one.
one.
Yeah, obviously spinning to the left being her favorite rotation direction. Where did you see the third one?
I thought it's coming.
Oh yeah, you're right. Nice one. All three threes landed nicely. And let's have a look at that ranking. We have Soya Popovic with 75 points in first place. Nima Genève Morillon with 68 in second. And Elfie Rouillet sitting in third. So for a podium, she needs 64.33. That's going to be a close call. It was a clean one. There were three threes in there. Not a big cliff drop, so hard for the judges to decide who's going to be on that podium for now. I'm so happy we are not judging.
Yeah, and you have to. I mean, either you're going for a big cliff or you're doing both and going for the technical stuff like 360s. Did you ever have three 360s in your runs?
No, I
You
was
were
always proud
competing?
if I had one. I'm very old school, and I come from a time when whoever hits the biggest cliff and rides out alive was the winner. So that was before there were deductions for bad landings. So I was never a big freestyler, but I really respected how these kids today approach those venues, you know. All right, propping her sponsor, yeah, take that chance. So once again, 64.33 to beat for a podium, and 66.67. Yeah, Victoria Trouba on third place. So we are halfway through that women's field, and Soya Popovic, who's an outstanding run, is still in the lead with 75 points, followed by Nima Genève Morillon from France and Victoria Trouba. So 2 Frenchies on 2 and 3, and we're moving on back to States. Aurora Journey, what a beautiful name, Aurora.
17 years old. Dropping in, I think the first little cliff is.
And now listen to this, she's the first female telemark skier to qualify for the Worlds. Yeah, and only the fourth in a division, that's crazy. And the 2 other telemarkers are actually her brothers. So I'm not really sure, is she on telemarks today or is she on?
Is.
She is.
Can you actually tell? Can you tell for 100% that she's on telemark? I doubt you could do such a really nice cliff on telemark skis.
I just know she's showing an amazing display of skills going over a big cliff. The camera is quite far away, so
Getting
it's not
into
that
the
easy
second
to see.
one, wow, taking off. No, she's probably made up her mind and then changed a little bit of her. Because she approached the cliff as she was jumping it and then went around it. Maybe the takeoff wasn't perfect. Nope, she is on telemarks. Flow. Or is that just the technique?
No, 100%. We didn't see a lot of telemark turns. So now at the bottom, she is going for the tellers, and you gotta understand is that her heels are not attached to the skis. So it's really hard to find a point of gravity because you can't lean backwards as you're skiing because you can't do any proper turns. But if you lean forward a little bit too much, right, your bindings will move forward. And I do understand in that challenging terrain up there, she went for regular turns. But to be on telemarks for the Freeride Junior World Championships, that is unreal. So much more difficult, and that was a big drop, perfectly putting a sniper landing right next to that rock in there.
In here, I had the impression that she wanted to go, but then she saw that it was maybe too big and the takeoff wasn't. I almost want to ask her, did you want to go over the second cliff too?
Aurora Journey.
She's happy, waving her hands.
Aurora,
she must be happy with herself.
Aurora Journey from the Aspen Valley telemark team. Wow, pretty amazing to be the third one of a family to competing in Kappl, right? Her 2 brothers have competed here before. Now she's completed. Another amazing freeride family with amazing skills. Do you know what she's looking for coming here to Kappl? She wants to see some cows.
Okay.
So Aurora, no cows up here. If you come here in summer, there's cows all over the place, up in the Alps. Now in winter, they're down in the valley in their barns. Yeah, fed with precious mountain grass that was harvested during the summer. So yeah, if you meet Joe, who's the actual caretaker here of the Kappl ski resort, he has a big barn with a lot of cows in there. We could arrange for you to meet some cows tomorrow, no problem. So third place, Victoria Chuba right now with 66.67.
65 points on fourth place.
For our journey. Wow, we only have 5 girls up at the starting gate still. This competition is going really quick. What an amazing display of performance and skills of the skier girls today at the 2026 YETI Freeride World Championships, Kappl by Dynastar. So we are going to Spain. Buena suerte a Uxue Palacios.
Already dropping in, also taking the first little cliff. That's probably a little cliff where you can actually see where how the conditions are, and get really into it before you're getting to the wind lip with a nice air. And then traversing a bit to the second wind lip.
What a beautiful venue. You have time for those open turns, and there's all those wind limbs and cliffs, so a lot to do for the kids.
Also airing a little bit of a cliff band here. Not too big. She's not going, too big. Stay safe on her skis. Don't risk it too much. And the third wind lip, maybe she's risking some more. Also, a good air, but
you would have loved to see her go a little further. It's so easy to say that, Laine. I want to see you go down there and see if you go any further with those.
You know what? I probably would prefer this venue for the wind lips, because I loved to jump over wind lips, but
Uxue Palacios from Baqueira, Beret, where we had the Freeride World Tour happening just a few days ago.
coming in the finish area. Riding down really mellow. And as you can see, conditions are probably down there, like sometimes really hard still and then super soft on the other side. But yeah, all in all, good run. Not too technical, not too much, like not too big cliffs, but she stayed on her feet and played it safe. Sixth place for her. 56.67.
Something about 6'7" today.
And we already have the next rider that you were already talking about, Jana Häusl from Austria.
Right, Jana, a former Freeride World Championship winner. She lives just on the other side. Jana Häusl, a former Freeride World Championship winner. She lives just on the other side of these mountains in St. Anton, where her dad, Stefan Häusl, coaches her. Wow, progressive 3, super controlled. Yeah,
she
I like
is
that body.
back in the mental game.
Yeah, I like that body language of her. That's Jana, her skiing being so strong. You know, she's also one of those girls who does do double backflips and 7s, and I'm sure she has a perfect plan laid out today.
Look at this approach. Wow, Jana.
Very fluid landing,
well
super
done.
centered. Immediately going for the left turn. Yeah, you can see that game plan in her head, super focused on the next feature already. Here comes the left.
Another
spin.
360, stay on her feet. Wow, what a cool run, Jana. I've been in the lift today with her, and she was very confident. Shout out goes to her school in Stams.
Yeah, because she's supposed to be in school, like as we're speaking. There's probably many of those kids today. But I'm happy that the schools let him go take part in the competition.
Now we can hardly see if she's still over the judging line where she gets judged, or is she? No, she must be down, almost entering the finish line.
Yeah, we'll ask the organizers next year to draw a line in the snow with some food color to know exactly when they've passed touch line.
What a run, Jana. Would you lean yourself out of the window and tell me where she's getting placed now?
No. That was the top air. So two threes and 2 cliffs, super controlled. Yeah. Not taking too much risk. Yeah, not going over 100% definitely, but being right in that mindset.
That was a nice 360.
Yeah. So definitely a real threat to our lead at the moment, to Sawyer Popovic. Yeah, that was the bottom cliff. So 2 major cliff drops and 2 threes for Jana Heusel, challenging Jana Popovic 75. So at this point, the judges don't really have to come up with a certain score. It's more about comparing the scores which already exist to the one they want to give Jana, because after her we only have another 3 riders up in the start gate. So 66.67 for the podium. I really believe she's going to make that, but is it be enough to challenge the 75 of Sawyer Popovic? Looks pretty relieved now.
She looks really happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy for her. After last year, what happened to her, the crash, right? She must be super stoked.
Looking up to Manu Loshi and to Justine, the Fuller Point, who won in Baqueira Beret just a few days ago. Justine also trained by her dad. That's probably one of the highest density of high-class freeriders, the team of Stefan Heusel, who trains in the Arlberg region.
I wish I would have had a coach like that back in the days.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he just told me this morning he's not just training them in the winter, he's also starting a whole program with them, with the kids in summer. And not being just on skis with them, but also coaching the mental.
Yeah, but it's amazing at how the good job that they're doing in Les Arcs, for example, in Verbier, also in Innsbruck, we have the Freeride Academy with over 90 kids now. You know, all those coaches putting a lot of effort and time into to provide the breeding ground for those kids so they can focus on their skiing and helping them progress.
The judges are struggling. What will you say, first or second flow?
I'm not gonna dare to say any of that today. I'm just gonna wait for the scores. I think it was probably the most complete run. Yeah, maybe it lacked a little bit for me the passion that you sometimes see in Jana's runs, but I know she wanted to bring a clean run down. So 77.
77.
See, it was really close. We know why the judge took a long time.
Well done, Jana. Congratulations. I mean,
congratulations.
It's not over yet, but
it's not over yet.
What a solid run.
She is guaranteed a top 4 spot in this year's Junior World Championships, and that shall be talked about. But here comes the next threat to Jana's Heusel lead. Vilja Hodevik Vage. I really hope I pronounce this the right way. If not, sorry, Team Norway.
Out of Norway.
16 years, also being one of the younger kids on the mountain today. And she's very honest. Said last year I got lost in 2 out of 5 competitions.
She's just in front of our eyes.
Of us. So it doesn't look like she's on the way to get lost, because if you ride that fast,
whoa,
holy shit! A
360
on the ridge with all that exposure to the left and the right.
There was just 10
so
meters next to us.
I can't believe she got lost. She looks like she knows exactly where she's going. Probably for sure the best upper part on that ridge we've seen so far in the girls skiing field. Fast, determined, and putting a 3 up right over the exposure. That's going to push her score up really high. You have to think that judges have this thermometer in the head, right? The riders start with a 50 out of the gate, and that thermometer goes up and down to the 100 or 0, depending on the rider and what he does. But for me now, that thermometer is really pointing upwards.
Whoa! She was landing. She was landing on rocks there, Flo.
Landing on rocks, sending her into a high sider. Has skis on her feet. She will get a score, but obviously there'll be a minor deduction for that. That was really lucky, because had she jumped just a meter further, she would have cleared those rocks easily. And you can tell by the change in her body language that there
Already,
is a
she's almost giving
disappointment
up.
now. She was probably in the head the strongest that we've seen. She was so determined, so fast and so aggressive. I really liked that approach by Vilja Hodevig-Waage. She's obviously super disappointed about that high side, but the performance she showed up there was, to me, really outstanding in the women's skiing field. Look at the 3 up there. That was so amazing.
Really committed, and you could tell she
And
knew
then
exactly where she was
Yeah,
going.
And then this is where things start to go a little wrong. It's the takeoff, a tiny bit short. Her right heel lands on the rocks, and then she hits the compression, not quite being ready for it after the surprise of the rocky
I have
landing.
the feeling she was hesitating at the beginning a little bit, so the speed, she took off the speed, and then therefore she could just not make it.
Exactly. Either it was not exactly the takeoff angle she was planning for, or not the takeoff. Without the rotation, they're being really tricky. But up to the point where I was really impressed by her run.
Only 40 points, 3-3. Yeah, of course.
But Vilja, you're on a great way. I'm really looking up to Hedvig Wessel, Kreb Murray, and Nicola Schirmer, and you're definitely on the way to be in a league with the people up there. So 2 more girls in the start gate for this year's Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl, and that means that our current leader, Jana Heusel, already has a podium secured because she can maximum big push back to 3rd place. So there's someone stoked in the finish line already. And
There we lost someone.
we lost Hannah there for a second, so didn't really see what happened at that first jump.
Did you know that she's also a rugby player?
I do know. I'm pretty impressed by that. Passing by right in front of us. I love it when the
Traversing
kids come by right here on the
over,
ridge.
taking a little bit of air. Now she's going for some cliff band, or just like, is she just like, oh, she's searching for the good snow here?
Definitely the part of the venue with the best snow, really powderish here in the shadow. Well preserved since the last snowfall.
Not hitting a big feature, but just really riding nicely through the better conditions. Taking the wind lip with a little grab. And off to the second wind lip with a 360, clean. And there's a 3rd little jump there where she's getting a little bit of air. Well done. Different approach, for sure. And now she's riding onto the finish line. Yeah, that was a nice run. She was like, we got lost a little bit with the camera here, but she's also hitting the first little cliff to get into it, into the venue, and then traversing over where the power is. And here getting some air at the wind lip and throwing down a 360 at the second hip. Yeah, she was nice and clean, not massive, but technical. She was throwing down a 360 anyways, and
Yeah, it was very interesting as she traversed to the left and went into the shady area, one of the steepest parts of the face. She had a nice line, but she did not hit any cliff there, and that's definitely a bit of a lack in her run, because if you have those options, right, cliff to left and right, and you don't use them as jump, obviously the judges cannot reward you with the same amount of points which they would if you did hit those features.
and it's her first time at the Junior World Championships.
Right, 6-8, 6-7 for Nima Janet-Morion, who's sitting in 3rd place right now. That's what she needs for a podium. Yeah, we have 4 riders within 4 points there, so 3rd and 6th place are really close together. Probably not quite enough a run to challenge the top two, Jana Heusel and Sawyer Popovic. But that's as much as I dare to say when it comes to scores today. And the only girl in this kids category who can still push Jana off the throne from taking home a second Freeride Junior World Championship title is Mia Olje Joss from Norway. The Norwegians have really stepped it up with the number of competitions in those last years. There's a lot of comps, and you can see the output, a lot of great riders, kids that compete. So, as a cloud covers the sky and the venue is a bit darker, as you see it, Mia drops in and takes that first hit really nicely and floats over that second wing.
Nice. Little shifty. Getting really into it. Looking really solid on her skis.
Exactly. Like you can tell when these kids are riding it that they're comfortable. Another shifty on that second wing. Like that casual style, almost a bit like that Ben Richards kind of style, you know, just floating and floating down the mountain like a drop of water. But now, talking about floating down the mountain, hitting the cliff massively.
No, she's crashing and she lost the ski. What a bummer.
Biggest drop in the women's skiing field today with an looked like a perfect landing, but
wow, she could
as
have
she was riding out, lost the ski. But look how proud she is.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it can make you proud, even if you don't, you know, if you don't land the trick or if you don't land the cliff, it can make you proud that you know, went for it and risk it, obviously. But yeah, wow, what a show! I didn't expect that from the last rider.
Emilia Ole Kloss going massive, hitting this feature middle. Ooh, you can tell she's had a big impact.
Yes, if you go too far and then you can see the landing here now, or where she crashed, is quite flat. And that is really hard on your body.
Yeah. Mia is standing upright, but she is also holding her head. If you see a replay on this landing, you could tell that her back and her head were hitting the back of the slope really vigorously. But
started really well and really solid.
I really like the combination, you know, she rode so casual. It seemed that she was really enjoying her skiing, and with this like flawless style approaching the biggest cliff of the day, it was amazing. Let's see what happened there. Look at it, no stopping, just going right into it. Speed control, massive. That was a 10-meter cliff.
Wow.
And a big impact.
And she landed it first, and then her skis just went a little bit.
It's that tricky snow. It's not powder anymore from that very spot. And had that been powder, she would have been able to put her skis together and skied out, but that where her left ski pointed a little bit
was
out.
perfect. Landing was perfect.
It wasn't even a massive backflip. It was just her hands touching the snow. And then as she's riding out.
And as you can see, she was still taking off where there was no tracks. There were no tracks in the landing.
Big props to Mia, big props to Team Norway for the bravery doing the jump. Yeah.
But now checking on her. It seems like she's not too well right now.
Well, Mia, all the best. I'm not sure if it was a trouble from the impact of the landing where she was compressed, or if the crash after. We see those tracks. You know, she's riding out, and then her right ski kind of catches the snow and sends her into this weird twist. I'm not sure if she's bruised from the impact or from the crash after. Maybe she twisted her knee. Either way, big props once more, Mia. What an amazing display of bravery.
What a show.
Look at
Thanks
this.
for that.
Look at this track. Yeah.
It looks like a perfect takeoff, a perfect approach.
I don't think we have seen any cliff jump of that size in the women's skiing field in any of last year's competition, including this year.
Wow, 17 years old
impressive.
only. Go, Mia. And let's just really hope that she's okay. She can be proud of herself.
All right, Aline, give us a quick wrap up. This was the last skier girl of today's ski woman category at the 2026 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl.
Yeah, in my opinion, we had everything. We had a big show. We had crashes, but we had technical lines. We had girls who were keeping it safe and easy. And also we had girls who risked something. And right now I'm super stoked for Jana, obviously. Great show, girls. I'm stoked. I'm excited what's coming next.
Yeah, amazing way of performance here by the girls. As you said, big cliffs, big drops, tricks, and big crashers. And let's have a look at this ranking. We already have officially a ranking of Mia Oleg-Jobs as it did not finish. Yeah, so that means on third place, Nima Janem-Morion with 68.67. On the second place, Zoya Popovic on 75. And take the pot home again, like 2 years ago. Jana Häusler from Austria being this year's Freeride World Tour Junior Champion. That's amazing. Congratulations to Häusler family. And I hope we'll see you at the flower ceremony at the finish line in a couple of minutes before we get ready for the next category. Wow. Congratulations to all the girls.
Well done.
Amazing to see you riding past here. Yeah. All the passion, all that energy. Yeah. How is that, Lynn? They're riding past you and you can feel like the air is vibrant, you know, as they're coming by. It's incredible. Yeah. Truly incredible. So here we have the official ranking. Jana Häusler in first, Zoya Popovic in second, and Nima Janem-Morion on third place, just beating Victoria Tuba by 2 points. Really close call between.
But as you can see, the
fourth.
points were really close together. It was not like that one outstanding. It's all the girls in the top 3 or 4 or 5.
Yeah. And it's interesting, that Jana's tactic paid off, because since we know her as a person, it was not a Jana at the 100%, probably like a 90 or so. And there were other girls who might have been able to beat her today, and they went those 100%, but paid with crashes because the conditions are tricky. We saw that the changing snow conditions from top to bottom, from powder to crusty to a bit slushy, really did cause problems to some of the girls, especially at the landings of the big cliffs.
Absolutely. Wow. Are the guys getting ready already in the start gate?
Yeah, the ski men are the next category. Still waiting for a little flower ceremony to start. I hope we see all our winners of today and the finish line. If the camera managed to do that. If not, we are ready for Sebede Schreiber already, who's going to be bib number 1 out of his field of stacked talent. 26 men skiers from all the world. It's amazing just to see the symbols of the flags. I think we have all these 13 nations participating, not just over the whole competitive field, but in the skier boys alone. All right, let's check to the race radio how we're going to be proceeding. If Mia's going to be able to ski out, or she has to be brought away from where she's standing right now. Trying to see what Markus Coxor, the head of safety, is telling us here on the radio.
It looked like she had some issues with breathing. Maybe she was like the impact.
I think so too. Maybe it's all the reason why after the crash, as she was back riding, she did not manage to stay on her skis. Maybe the impact was just harder as we were thinking in the first place.
So she will be DNF, so you are good to go with the parking.
That's obviously a bummer that we have as a last starter of the ski women now. A little bit of an issue with her probably not being totally okay.
So that's her. Yeah, that is Mia skiing down to the finish line. So I'm happy she is back in shape. So she'll definitely feel her body after this double impact after the big cliff. But she will take home the award for dropping
the biggest cliff
in the ski women category. Big props for that. And super amazed to see how big the girls are going. But it did pay off to ride tactically today. So I think that that 90% of Jana Häusler was obviously the right tactics for the day.
Both, like technical and also hitting some bigger features. Here we have a little ceremony going on as well.
All right. Jana Häusler taking it home ahead of Zoya Popovic and Nima Janem-Morion. Thank you, girls, for a great show. And we tuned in a little late to that flower ceremony, but we just got a glimpse of you.
Happier that we saw Mia coming into the finish line, and then she might be bruised and she might be a little bit hurt the next day, but she's there, up on her skis, seeming fine, which is the most important.
But the girls done here once again. We see that ranking. Yeah, Austria ahead of Japan, ahead of Switzerland. Victoria Tuba on 4th place. The first American Aurora Journey on 5th place. Elvira on 6th. Hannah Webb on 7th. Uctua Palacios representing Spain on 8th. Aymar Biel on 9th. I was a little bit too slow there. Vilja Hollevik-Bad, Annabelle Francis, Mary Hagel, and Hannah forming the part, and Mia Oljekjos. Both of did not finish after not being able to ride out. And now we go to the next category. The boys are up at the start gate. Let's see how many boys we have today.
A lot of nationalities I can see.
26 boys. And it's really interesting to for once have them not at the very end. Typically boys are the last category since they deal the easiest with track down conditions, but with the snow here softening slowly as the sun keeps shining onto the face. The organizers decided to have the snowboarders go last today in the potentially best and softest conditions for snowboarding. And the skiers are the second category. And we are ready to go.
Start number 16. From the US, Schreiber Sebedi.
Sibidi.
Getting ready in this new category. Ski man about to drop in right now. Going our way, Flo. He's probably gonna ski past us really soon. Here we can see him in 3, 2, 1. Going up to that little jump here, doing a little shifty.
Not an easy orientation out there on the ridge. You can see all those cliff bands that bring you back into the center part of the face look very much alike.
Whoa, and a 360 off the cliff.
Wow, stepping it up a technicality here right away. Going back up to reach another air. 3 airs already, including 1 360, and he's not even halfway down the face. Positioning himself ahead of another cliff. Another left and 3, far down. Wow, and you had to finish that rotation perfectly in order to be able to continue his ride.
Really good start in the men's category. Wow, that was a solid run. And he got everything, you know. He got the technicality. Can you say that?
The technicality.
And the cliffs. A little shifty, but I think this was out of his.
And he'll be stopped because he
line.
was here last year and finished only 25th, you know, which he obviously was not very happy about. And I'm sure he had that mental game going that he wanted to put a clean down round. And he's stoked, you know, a little claimer at the finish line, Pacific Rider, setting the standard for today's men's competition in the FIS YETI Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl. On the Update Cup this year rather than on the Quellspitze. Actually, we're right opposite Quellspitze, but the Update Cup proves to be a great playing ground for the kids. And let's see what David sets a standard as
what a good start
for the men's ski category.
Yeah, he didn't have a massive cliff, you know, in his run, but he had cliff run, he had a 360, he was solid on ski, he was fast.
Yeah, the first, as you said before, the first core is always the hardest for the judges because they have to talk about beforehand about the venue and think about what to expect, right? Are there going to be like riders who throw down 2 massive cliff drops and 2 720s, for example? Then they must leave room towards the top for these cores. Or is this what we have seen now already, you know, one of the hottest runs? I really like that spin. That was so technical, difficult, you know, spinning to the left 2 times. The second one was an easier takeoff, but the first one was really a sideways takeoff. And that was the last there on the shifty. Sevide Schreiber.
Wow, 80 points already.
80 points, that's a pretty solid score for the first rider from the Palisades Tahoe Freeride Club. Not showing his signature trick today, which is the Streaming Siemens 360, but they were not really big enough to put the skis behind the leg the way he really likes to do. All right, next in the start gate.
From Norway.
You can pronounce the name, or you can try to.
I was just waiting for you to say the name because I didn't dare. Sivert Utaklev?
Clive. Yeah, let's put it like that. Yeah. You know the funniest fact about him, and he was born under a ski gondola in the ski town of Voss and started skiing before he could walk.
Oh, wow.
Not sure about if all of this is true, but we keep it like that.
He wants to believe it. Maybe we should ask his parents.
Yeah, and I think he's got snow running through his veins better than blood. A true Viking, obviously. Sivet Clive.
Dropping in with a 360 of that cliff,
Oh, and
of the first one.
This, you know, gotta have such a strong mindset because you want those first couple of turns just to warm up.
And a massive
And he
360 over the
doesn't care
wind
about
lip.
warming up. Do you see that, Lau? He stopped the rotation for a second. That was a really technically amazing 360. And really showing that he has an amazing freestyle game. And here we see the next one.
Wow. That was blind. And then he's traversing over, and then he obviously takes some speed.
Like all over
My
his whole
God.
field.
Oh my.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
He did plan that though. He knew exactly where he was going, but it was just a little bit too big and too much speed for these conditions.
Sivet Clive with a full throttle approach with two amazing 360, and he was planning to clear a pepper field that stretches out for 15-20 meters, and he did clear it, but the impact was really brutal. And just as he was trying to get his wits together of recovering, I think one of his skis got caught up by the snow and sent him to full tumble, losing two skis, but he is fine. And really, I'm really sorry for him because that performance was outstanding.
It was so fast. I just wanted to mention that if he keeps on going like this, he's going to be done this run is going to be done in 15 seconds.
But you could tell he was super confident, you know, like 3 seconds out of the gate, he threw his first 360. Not the cleanest land, but getting it there, and this was really cool. Yeah. Wow. Really delaying the
He was
rotation a
going
bit in the air.
And then here this blind takeoff.
And then collecting the speed for his last air, which was huge, flying for solid
Wow.
20 meters. And just getting a bit too much backseat at the landing, and in this difficult snow, it's really hard to keep those keys in the fall line.
And tomahawking in those conditions, he must be bruised.
Wow, I'm pretty amazed though, like Team Norway is really stepping it up. You know, you can tell that it pays off to have, you know, all those competitions, and they do have a lot up there by now, and that it does produce a really cool group of kids who ski on a super high level.
But although he had such a massive impact right now, he's getting his skis, seems fine, and now he's skiing down to the finish area. Good on him. But probably really bummed. About his crash. All right, we are going to the next rider. Start number 18, Alvaro Ilul.
That is a difficult one for us to pronounce. Is it Ilal or is it Lul?
From Argentina,
Okay.
dropping in.
Vamos Argentina!
16 years old only.
His first Free Junior World Championships. And he said, maybe my freestyle game is not the best, but I will go full throttle.
That's a
what he's doing.
mindset. Wow, he's going very big over the first windlet with lots of speed, as you can see.
Yeah, you got to play out your strength, right? If you're not the best performer in trick, you just got to go a little bigger.
And there was more of a...
That's the eagle for us, and he's approaching that big cliff, coming in from the side, finding a really nice
really
heading
nice,
end.
and also going down. Oh, unlucky. And now he's riding switch back out until he hits this little lip. Oh, bummer for him.
So we knew that cliff was going to see some traffic, but and it was also clear it was not easy to land it. Have you seen anyone going big on this cliff and riding it out?
And you know what? It is not really possible.
Running
As you
out of
can
it?
see, it flattens out really fast. So you have to really land on the sweet spot, because afterwards it's just getting so hard to land it properly. So you can't even go too big on that cliff. only we have legs of steel. But this time it didn't really happen for him. And another big crash. Ooh, I think, yep. If you once fall and you're skiing and then...
Yeah, we have seen it a lot in all different levels of competition. If a competitor crashes, even doesn't lose his ski and then keeps riding, their mindset is obviously not quite the same anymore.
And you're not paying too much attention anymore, and then it happens again.
Exactly. So losing both his ski down there. Not sure if it was above or below the judging line. Sorry if we can always really give you a clear info on that, but it's really hard from where we are to see that. But I believe it was just below that black flag, which is close to him. So should not that part should not affect his scoring anymore. But obviously the crash after the big cliff did. So as we have a ski-dot helping with skis, big note to that, a really cool crew of ski ninjas, or ski-dot as we call them today. Most of them are competitors themselves, a couple even under 18, so they are competing on the junior tour as well. And yeah, just need to qualify maybe for the Junior World Championship one of those days, or one of those years. And not being qualified, they're helping out at Ski Ninjas, and I really like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, now he's trying to manage to get back on his skis. Which seems really hard right now. And now here's the replay. He was starting off really solid with a massive air over the wind lip. And then traversing over to his second feature. Oof. And I think here you can see his second crash again. Yeah, I feel really sorry for him. It was a really nice start. And he's telling us that he started later than his friends with skiing, and his freestyle wasn't really good at that time, but what it was standing out was his attitude and his motivation. So yeah, you could see that totally. All right.
Back up to the start, our first skier boy from Australia, Harry Rowden, 17 years of age, current number 3 in the ranking, with the victory at the 3-star in New Zealand this year. Flying up the start gate and over cliff number 1. Really interested how so many Aussie and Kiwi riders have this Ben Richards kind of style where they have the skis really close together.
Absolutely.
And the European have their feet much wider. I wonder if it's got something to do with the snow they typically ride. Ooh, nice 360 at the first wind lip, shifty at the second.
He's going really fast. Let's see. Oh, now he's taking
big cliff
off
take.
some
Keep
speed.
it slow, keep it slow.
And wow, good landing.
The
yes,
first rider
in
to
the sweet
stomp
spot.
that glove. Actually, I think it was already kind of flat where he landed, but he just managed to stomp it. Following the big maze, the massive stomp down by Seth Morrison and Rainer Baqueira.
What a solid run. He was really going fast and then just like slowing down just a little bit before the takeoff, landing it super clean.
Harry Rowden, probably one of the fastest, if not the fastest run of the day, including the freestyle game with a beat of 360, and also the first one to stomp that biggest jump at the biggest cliff of the day in the venue. He's got to be stoked, and he's going to be a real threat now to Sibede Schreiber's 80 points. Right away to the replay. Nice first air. So if you could do anything better, it'd be putting a 3 into the top air, but I really like that run. Really casually, super stylish.
And here he's taking off the speed. And landing it perfectly with a little bit of a backslap.
Yeah, I think we could call it a stage 1. So there's typically 3 stages for those landings, right? Stage 1 is if you have a little bit of troubles like he had with your hands touching snow. Stage 2 would be if you like ass starting to touch the snow or your back's almost touching snow, and then stage 3 is if you really fully land on the snow with your back and kind of rebounds. But it was very clean given the size of the cliff. And I'm sure the judge is going to reviewing that. But on that, to me, it was a really outstanding run.
Absolutely, I would.
And he seemed super comfortable, right? And the way he jumped at first air, the way he styled that 3, he seemed like, you know, in control and casual top to bottom. And I really like that approach. You can tell that his comfort level was super high. And the judges also see that. You can really tell if a rider is anxious. He's like, oh, there's a big feature coming up. He's nervous, or if he's not sure if it's, you know, if he's going to find his line. But this body language was very clear to me that he knew top to bottom, I'm going to stomp this and know what I'm doing.
Absolutely. But is it enough for first place? Is it enough for being in the, 80 points he has to beat?
Do you want to guess?
I almost want to say yes.
Let's check in the YouTube chat. What did people think? Who's better? Will Schreiber stay the lead, or is Herald gonna challenge him? Sebede had more freestyle game, but Rowden had the biggest cliff. Not super clean, so that's gonna be where it's gonna come down to how clean the judges saw that landing on the big cliff.
Exactly. Maybe it really depends on the back slap, like how many points he gets reducted off. Exactly.
Well, you want to stay clean, because out of all those 26 boys, you can be sure that at least one of them is going to put it on. And that's it, 71.33, so quite a bit behind Sebede. But still, really nice run, Harry. I really like that approach of yours, pitting it all in there, the big mountain game and the freestyle game.
Bib number 20 out of Switzerland, Leo Flat. Stopping, almost going down, not really. No, he's back in the game.
Leo Flat, last year's second place finisher here, comes down half the mountain, riding switch. Really hard to tell if he does it intentionally or not. Wow, everyone thought he was the winner of last year's Freeride Junior World Championships until Noah Pesare with the very last bib came down and put an even more amazing run down. Leo going for a big drop.
Wow, perfectly landed.
Finding the spot that you want to land in to stomp that, going right into a 3. Leo Flat doing what he does best, mixing big mountain with freestyle. But I can't wait to see the replay of those first 2 airs. If he over-rotated and it turned him into riding switch, or if it was a switch, an intentional switch riding.
But the third cliff was, the landing was almost perfect.
Wow, you can tell that airbag training in Lange and training with Stefan Häusl did pay off. And he thought last year it was scary to compete in Kappl. Well, if you keep on doing scary things like this, Leo, you'll keep on being scared. Amazing.
Wow, that was a run. I'm really happy now. He's like throwing a 360, a big, massive 360 over the first one, not landing.
Yeah, so it was definitely a mistake. He over-rotated, had to put his left hand down, kept on riding switch a little bit, still going right into the next air, hand drag 3, but that seemed like he was intentionally
planning to do this.
Turning the hand drag 3 into hand drag 5, and this is my favorite part of the run.
And now look at the landing flow.
Going a little bit crosswards,
Boom.
yeah. And there's this little hump where the snow is a little soft, and he makes the most use of that.
Yeah, that is hard. That is hard to judge now. Like the cliff and then the 360 were super smooth and nice. He was going fast, obviously.
Leo Flat, 18 years of age, already wearing a mustache, like one of the big boys, Abel Moga kind of style.
He has to beat for the first 80 points for the first, and then for the second place, 71.3.
It was really amazing how he managed to turn that bad landing of his first 360 into like an almost intentional looking switch riding. I wonder if he rode that switch in the second just to make the judges think that it was intentional on the first there. We'll ask him afterwards. But you can tell all his experience, yeah, that he has in competitions, that he makes things look easy, even though they're difficult, or he turns a mistake into something that looks good.
So if he throws a 360 of a big cliff like this, but then his landing is obviously, you can't even say he crashed, but it was not intentional to ride, backwards. And what's the reduction then?
Well, a trick over a cliff can double your points, right? So if you do a cliff and let's say that the judges decide beforehand that this cliff in this category for the skier boys is a 7-point cliff, and he does 360, and his max mine is super clean, he could get up to 14 points for that cliff. Leo gets disqualified. I wonder for what.
Ooh.
So disqualified would mean he rode out of bounds, or he did a flip having his skis higher than his
Could that be
feet.
the flip at the second wind lip that he was like?
It could be that the hand drag 3 was a trick where his hand was still touching the snow, but his feet were higher, or his bindings higher than the head, and that's why he got disqualified from. That's interesting because judges, we talk about it later. Let's focus on our next competitor before we go into detail on that.
Out of Switzerland again, Johann Bachhoffner. With a massive 360 of the first wind lip. Wow.
The bigger 3 we've seen so far by the Swiss rider, Johann Bachhoffner. Wow, obviously super comfortable, and now also approaching that big cliff. Is he going to go for the same angle as before?
And he's even spinning on it. Wow, but going down. Not losing his skis though. But
wow,
still.
Johann Bachhoffner from Switzerland,
Wow.
the first one to spin off the biggest feature of the day. And he had in his pocket, but that landing down there is brutal. His skis only sinking in like 7, 8, 9, 10 centimeters after 8 meter plus cliff drop with a 360. So just so hard to stand it. And as you saw, as you stomp it, and as you saw with the other riders, the tiny bit of rotation still, in your system, so to say, will then send you into a high sider. And that's what happened to Johann. But what an amazing effort, with only one rider really stomping the cliff so far and then going for a 3. That was really bravery at its very best.
It's also his first season since he has torn his ACL. And good thing that he didn't crash and stayed safe and stayed on his feet.
Wow, congratulations. What a way to come back. He was one of the best in the 24 season. And in Europe, and then had this injury, had to stop riding for a year. He's back now, riding for the Freeride World Championships, and then going for the biggest cliff in the venue with a 360. Look at it, so calm. It's so hard to spin off here. Looks for his landing, lands it, and tiny bit of
he
over-rotation
did crash,
backseat.
obviously,
Yeah.
but he's riding out of it, which is a good thing. Waiting for a score now. We have some more information about the...
Yes, we're waiting for the score for Johann Bachhoffner. We did get the information from the judges that it was a trick that wasn't allowed. 59 for Johann Bachhoffner, still a solid score after scrub. So Leo Flat had his bindings over his head, and it's interesting because his hand was touching the snow, and he did this like hand drag 3. So maybe he thought, as soon as my hands touch the snow, my bindings of feet can be higher as the head, which is totally worth a discussion, but I'm pretty sure the rulebook is clear on that.
I think we also, from here, we couldn't really see exactly how high his bindings were, so we probably going to have a discussion about it later. Now, in the start gate, and already dropping in and doing a 3 over the first cliff.
Here's Livernois from the United States. He's a regular here. He finished 25th here and 12th in the past years, and we see why he's had some.
Another 360. He's going really fast. Super solid on his skis. Entering the big cliff too. Searching for a good spot. He did throw a 360. Didn't really land, like backslapping a little bit. And another 3. Wow. Almost landing on a rock.
On the edge. on the edge. Chase Livernow from the US, top to bottom, with a couple of threes, with a three over the biggest cliff, super compressed landing. He had to push his goggles back up because that impact was so hard that he obviously, that his goggles moved down to his nose. But that was a solid run. Definitely milked it, Vernier, maxing out the options. A three at pretty much every jump, even over that big cliff. Wow. So I'm sure once again the judges are going to review that landing on the big cliff, but now this is a real threat to the lead of Xavier Schreiber, who sits in first place with his 80 points.
Yeah, I think he had a really good line choice and a lot of features. Unfortunately, not really landing them super smoothly, all of them. As you can see, the second cliff is already in 360 and now going to the bigger cliff, throwing down another three. Hands in the snow. Oof, and on another three, he did land a little bit on the grass. Waiting for a score now. He's happy, he's confident. But will he check the 80 points, as Kai is mentioning in the finish gate? As you can see, it's a little bit difficult for the judges to where to put him because his features were absolutely great. The landings not perfect, but still a very solid run from Hayes. It's his third trip to the Junior Worlds in a row. So he's an experienced rider, I would say, but obviously every venue is different, every year is different. Snow conditions are different, and now he's, wow, placing second.
Yeah, the judge is definitely making a statement here, confirming what was told at the riders' meeting. The runs should be clean. As soon as you do anything so crazy that you can't land it cleanly, then there will be deduction. Doesn't matter if you do a three over the biggest cliff of the day, it should be a clean stomp.
But maybe just because his landings were not super clean, but all the features he had were super cool.
So back up to the start for the next rider. From Spain, Hugo Solastano, 18 years of age. Actually has his home base in Big Sky, Montana. So it's amazing how international those kids are, right? Skiing all over them.
Dropping in also, coming our way, Flo. Jumping right in front of us. First over this little cliff and then heading into the steeper section where the snow is obviously a little bit better. And it's steep there. Throwing a 360, a very new kind of line choice. Another three and whoa, almost, but passing by a rock.
Wow, all 360s are gonna push up his score a lot. It's a big difference if you're approaching in windlip with an easy in run or you're coming right out of a super steep section at high speed like he did and then going into a 360. So very interesting choice of lines and a very solid performance by Hugo Solastano.
Yeah, this will be interesting how the judges are gonna be judged because yeah, the 360s were obviously in a super difficult and hard terrain, technical
Yeah,
terrain.
looking out of the turn onto the cliff, bomb, super challenging takeoff, and then
And
also
again.
the second one.
Boom.
Landing quite close to that rock down the landing, but I'm sure he took away a bit of the speed before takeoff, so he knew there was something down there. Right, 80 points is scored to beat for first place. Hayes Livenar sitting in second with 76, and Harry Rowden right now on third with 71.33. Where will Ugo Solarzano from España position himself?
Points to beat from 70 Schreiber.
And this is exactly what you said, Flo. It's hard to judge probably if someone's adding freestyle tricks in a steeper terrain, more technical terrain. His landings were clean. And even for us, but place for 63 points for Hugo. Well done.
All right, one of the two Austrians in the men's and the boys skiing field today at the 2026 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl is Julian Unterbrunner, also training right next to Kappl in St. Anton with the Stefan Heusel Freeride team. Good luck, Julian, to your challenge.
Similar line choice for now, hitting this and crashing on his first feature. But keeping on riding, going a little bit in the shade here, or the clouds covering the sun. Getting more technical now, but riding out smoothly.
Yeah, that was a bit heartbreaking to have troubles up there on the ridge before him approaching his first real feature. And I think he actually is playing it down and still putting in a 3 here, but you can tell he's not going full throttle anymore, knowing that he has missed a chance to do a winning run with the mistake at the top. We have some clouds moving over the blue sky, so it gets really shady in some parts of the venue, making it hard for us to see at times what exactly is happening. So past the judging line, can't wait to see the replay of what exactly happened up the ridge. It was not a very big jump. Maybe his ski dug into the snow or got caught up on a rock.
He's still having his scores because he didn't lose a ski.
Finishing 8th here on last year's Freeride Junior World Championships, was really hoping to, step it up, maybe get to the podium, but what exactly happened there, Aline? Let's have a look.
He did a 360 and he had a little bit of a, can you say that, forward lean?
Yep.
And he, I don't know if he probably wanted to do something else here, but then decided to play it safe. Another really nice 360. But fun fact is, he said he could do backflips and double backflips before he could do 360s, and now he's throwing 360s in his run.
Yeah, really in luck up that punch front at the top, and I think very smart of him to then kind of slow it down and not follow his original line, knowing there was not going to be a winning run. This is when people, the riders very easily can hurt themselves if they are not as focused anymore as they're on the start gate after a mistake during their run.
Next rider, bib number 25, Axel Didier. From Baqueira, and he...
Baqueira, Beret turning into one of Europe's major breeding grounds for freeriders. Yeah, Abel Moga, one of the heroes there, once again displaying his amazing front flip just a few days ago at the Baqueira Beret Pro.
Also showing a really nice 360.
Clean 3 by Axel Didier to start things off.
He's saying he's getting really nervous before a competition, so it doesn't look like he's nervous at all.
No, he seems actually super chill out. So approaching the big cliff with 2 threes, take your time, but he played slow and you hit that transition. Yeah, I like that. Oh, going for a 3.
Wow, and he is stomping it with a back slap, but he is still on his feet going fast for the next wind lip. And another 360, really solid and nice.
Wow, 4 tricks in one, including one over the big cliff. Once again, though, that landing, it's just so hard to stay on your feet properly.
Yeah, almost everyone is having a little bit troubles on stomping that bigger cliff really easily and without any hesitation.
And you can't really go in there any slower, but still, no matter how slow you go, you're kind of overshooting this transition. But I'm sure that we'll see more athletes trying to land that clean. Actually, wow, probably the most trick we've seen in any run so far, right? I don't think we have seen any other run with 4 360s in there until this one by Axel. Did you?
The crowd was cheering for him.
If you follow the live stream on YouTube, yeah, you gotta pay attention to all those comments. The Spanish crowd at home is going nuts.
Imagine if they were here.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see all the Baqueira team here. Yeah.
He's starting with a solid air into the next feature with 360 over the wind lip. Really nice and smooth landing. And then here getting into his bigger feature. And he's landing a little bit in a hole, did you see that? So it's almost impossible to land there really clean.
Yeah, and he was really backseated as he approaches snow. So there's a big difference if you land on your skis and then by gravity get pushed back, then the judges will deduct a certain amount of points. But if you approach the landing already so backseated that your back's pretty much touching the snow before your skis are, that's a situation where the judges then do not give you award the points anymore for the actual feature. So there's a huge difference then in points. So must not be surprised if you get a major deduction if you're already riding, approaching your landing with a lot of trouble. But amazing to see how the freeride crew in Baqueira has stepped it up over the years, right? It was like a blank spot on the landscape of freeriding, and now some of the world's best riders come from the area.
So many riders coming from Baqueira now.
And actually, the crew of Freeride Academy Innsbruck, they just drove there for the 3-star event last week, and we'll hopefully be able to welcome the kids from Baqueira in Innsbruck soon. So nice to see that even though they're far away from the Alps, they're connected to that European freeride scene now, and I'm super stoked how well they are being trained there.
Waiting for the scores. Judges are hesitating. Okay, 70 points. Place number 4 for Axel.
7 yeah, so that run would have been a real threat to save the Schreiber 80, but obviously you want to have a clean run. All right, we go back up, and our first rider from Japan is in the start gate.
Hayato Takeshi. Takeshi?
You've been to Japan a couple of times, so you should be able to.
One of my favorite countries, of course.
And he's probably one of the oldest riders because he's already 19 and just been born a couple of days of the date in order to still being allowed to compete on this year's YETI Freeride Junior World Championships.
Making his way all the way to the first wind lip where he's like getting a little bit of air. And now you can see that this riding style is so different from, let's say, the Kiwis, right? Like it's a completely different style.
Very different. Yeah, it's not so easy for a freerider in Japan to train in conditions like this because the ski resorts typically end at tree line, right? So there's a lot of tree riding, there's a lot of freestyle. But to ride big mountains in Japan, it basically means you have to hike.
It does, and obviously, if you're always training in really good power conditions, obviously it's always powder in Japan, but it is very different terrain and snow conditions here. Especially today where it's like so changing
but he loves freeriding. Him and his sister are actually judges as well. So I remember there was a call in the Freeride World Tour a few days ago, yeah, that the judges are needed for Freeride World Tour events in Japan. So boys and girls, if you're out there, great way to go to Japan as a judge. Maybe they pay for your plane ticket and you can ride some of that famous Japanese powder. He's thanking his coach, Mr. Shachi Hirakawa Saito, for helping it to get him here and stepping up his freeride game.
His family and friends, they even became organizers of a Freeride World qualifying event. And he also became a judge. He loves to freeride. Arigato.
Ayata Takeuchi. Thanking to Vanya to be gentle, bring a safe run down. Maybe not the winning run, but I mean, I'm sure for Ayato, just the experience of coming here and competing here and getting to know the European culture is going to be an amazing experience. Just wait for us if we go to Japan. Yeah. It's just a totally different world.
Just making, you know, seeing the community, like being with other freeriders with the same mindset. That's all about.
Noam Rouillet from the Banzai family. We got actually, I think, 3 starters of that family here. Keo, Elfie, and Noam. Yeah, look at Instagram for the Banzai family. A pretty crazy family they gotta be. Crazy bunch of riders. 17 years of age, passing by here with warp speed, right in front of a commentator's truck, approaching the first cliff, casually shifty with a grab. Love that body language. Love it when the kids are just, you know, loose. You know they're focused on their run, but still, you know, go for a shifty, go for a grab. That really is the attitude that you should have in your freeride comp. Focus, but still riding the way you would if you were with your friends.
Wow.
Sending a double into a 3. Probably one of the most technical combo we've seen so far. Wow, so his score skyrocketing there right now. Wonder if he's got another 360 planned. He is.
Oh, wow. That was a really smooth landing and trick. Wow, that was impressive.
Noam Rouillet mixing big mountain with tricks. That's exactly what you want for his core. And now full speed past the finish line, flashing the venue. One of the cleanest runs, fastest day with the highest difficulty. That's the first real fact. I see now 4 Sabre rivals, 80 points. The Banzai family.
Yeah, I really want to see the replay where he was like first going. Was that a double where he was first going and then throwing a 360 of the second little cliff?
It was.
Let's see. Really nice. Getting some air here. Looks really smooth. Chilled and easy going.
That was definitely the highlight here. Jumping over the pebble, landing.
Going in here and then a 360.
Right,
wow. That's really difficult to... From a landing right into the second jump and then another really nice transfer. Transferred over the...
The Banzai family, Keo Rouillet, Elvie Rouillet, and Noam Rouillet.
He loves discovering new regions and he spent months surfing in San Diego this summer. Is it going to be enough for the top 3?
71.33 he needs for the podium. 80 points is the score to beat to go in first place. Yeah, it's interesting. Some years we have the scores going easily all the way into 90s. Some years we are lower down. Right now there's lots of room between the 80 to 100 for more outstanding runs. Looking up to Marcus Gogan here as well. Who would not, right? Last year's Freeride World Tour champion, and to Ben Richards, who would not, winner of the Baqueira Beret Road just a few days ago. Noam Ouye from Switzerland. Home base in Martigny. What a great base. You're right in the Valais. You have 30 or 25 minutes to Martigny. You have 25 minutes to Nanda. You have about 45 minutes to Chamonix. So a great place to live. A bit like Innsbruck with all the options to go into the resorts, which are all around you. Training with the Verbier freeride team. Verbier probably being the biggest breeding ground for pro
Number
freeride
3
in Europe. 7367 for Noam Ouye. Put him on
That
the podium
paid
for
off.
now.
Already going back to the start gate with bib number 28, Aidan Fitzpatrick.
Very interesting guy, Aidan. He's been actually spending a couple of seasons in St. Anton now, in Austria, training with the Stefan Häusler freeride crew. And met his mom last night, and she said she's so stoked, you know, that he's so passionate about skiing, and he wants to actually say thank you, Mom, for enabling me to ski here and compete here and do all these great trainings.
Yeah, freeriding gave him the
Yeah.
opportunity to travel and meet other people.
Yeah. And I like that even though he,
Whoa.
it flies by
We
here,
could even hear the
going
drone,
for the 3 on that ridge here.
which was
Even though he's
massive.
been training in St. Anton for 2 years now, he says Treble Cone at home is still my favorite resort.
Also going into the technical line here
The sun's out.
with the snows and doing a little double in a 360 of the second cliff.
Exactly the same move we saw Noam doing before, but he added that 360 at the very top, and he has something else prepared for
In
the lower part.
mind, and he goes big and crashes and loses a ski. But Flo, I don't know if this was. I hope he's okay. It looks like he hurt his knee.
Was that a 7? In Fitzpatrick with a really nice upper butt and this great jump with his windlip. Definitely has some problems there. He's holding his knee in his hands. Maybe this ski opened a little bit too late, as he was in this kind of weird sideways tumble after the landing.
I just wanted to say, if it was like the skis were like over his head, was it a? That was probably not planned. Ski patrol, safety checks
Yeah, I
on his
really
way.
like that the safety team of Markus Kogler is shown his head. It's like not even 15 seconds, and there's someone with him already to check on him. And that's really, you know, super high standard and the way it should be at any freeride competition. You know, we have the skiers on the face. We have about 10 mountain rescue. We have a doctor at the start and a helicopter on standby. So if there should be any major accident, we are not hoping for. Help is on the way immediately. And I will hope to hear that Aiden is fine. But he was definitely holding his knee like the moment after he landed.
Exactly, something was wrong with his knee. It looked like that. He was going massive. Like that was a big crash.
Right, here comes the replay. Pay really close attention.
Super nice 360 first feature.
Super styly.
Getting into the again. We could even hear the drone passing us, and then he's going to the second feature. Steeper train.
That's that double into the 3, super high tech. Look at, he has just like half a second to start
360.
lifting,
And then
start
straight.
spinning.
He took all his speed and went to the wind lip, where it looked like he was throwing a.
So it is a 7 going, landing a bit backseat and didn't look all that spectacular, but I think he, as he did hold on to his knee, grabbed his knee the moment he landed. Definitely over-rotating a little bit.
And then boom, the impact. And then he was holding his knee straight away. But he can walk. Looks like he's walking. Limping.
Not sure if he'll be awarded a disqualified or a no score. Yeah, he did lose speed, but it seemed like during the 3 he got a bit more corked than he wanted to, and then his bindings were higher than his head. He told me in the morning that he was going to go for the 7. That it's obviously hard to stay in that axis that on a jump like this to turn it into a normal 3 rather than into a corked one.
And if you have that jump locked in, you probably want to, do it, but then you're not allowed. and you want to do it differently, and it doesn't really work out, what a bummer for him.
I still think it's a great rule, but we're not, the kids are not allowed to do inverted jumps because, as we said before today, the kids are role models, and there's so many 10, 12, 14-year-old kids out there, and if they see double and triple backflips here, that's what they're going to do. They're going to go out and do the same, and that's something you just want to approach step by step, right? You want to get your straight jumps in, you want to get your rotations in, and then you can go for the flips.
You don't have to forget they're almost like they're, 18, 17, 16 years old. We are not expecting anyone in that age area, doing a double backflip or doing a backflip.
Exactly. It's not that we don't know that you can do them, but it's good that it's reserved for those days when everything's perfect.
He's skiing down, which is a really good sign.
Yeah, which is a really good sign. I'm sure he'll have his body checked, but as for now, great job, awesome 720, Aiden, and hope your knee is fine, and
Get
that you'll
well
be back
soon.
on the mountain again tomorrow.
All right, we are back in the start gate. Out of Canada, Thorens, 16 years old, with bib number 29. From Whistler. Hoping freeriding's becoming a career.
Yep. That's a dream, right? Dream of most of the juniors. Windows comps, get big sponsor contracts and be out there being able to travel the world filming, produce content, and still get paid for it.
He has not been at the Freeride World Champions yet. It's his first time competing. Here at this event. And I think this is the hardest part, when you're almost going but then not going.
That is true.
He gets a fist bump and then a couple more seconds. And then all the stress releases and all you can think about is skiing or snowboarding.
Garden already coming from victory season, winning the 2026 Whistler FSA Junior 2-star event just 2 weeks ago. So already stood on the top of the podium this year.
Here we go, dropping in. Hitting this first feature with a 360 already. Really smooth and nice, super fast on his skis, wow.
Wow.
Taking the traverse.
Full throttle up to the ridge. He's got to make sure
And
the
then
orientation is right. Another 3 off the ridge. He's like a racer going from feature to feature, full speed. Next wind lip coming up.
As if there were a gate somewhere.
That big cliff, take away that speed. Going all the way to
Wow.
the skiers left, but it's no seat, it's a landing.
Wow, mega stomp. That was a really nice approach. Perfectly stomped in another 360. What a run. Well done. And he's still going so fast. Where does he get all his speed from?
Therm-ic from Canada, being the first real threat here now for Severus Schreiber, putting an almost perfect run down.
That was really solid. And then you can hear the crowd screaming in the finish area.
That was a run really out of one piece, full speed, top to bottom, 360 wherever possible, and having the cleanest landing ever possible on Big Mama Cliff, where so many riders today struggled and got deductions for bad landings. Therm-ic's got to be stoked.
Come on, Flo. Let's make a suggestion.
No, not making any suggestion. I'm watching the replay. You can do the suggestions if you want to. 3 number 1, 3 number 2, going onto the big cliff, really smart, finding that pocket.
Really perfect.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Staying
Perfect
all the way, 2
approach.
skiers left, landing at the run out.
Super
Off that
smooth.
channel.
Not really going too far, as you can see. He was not landing in the flat. He was still having this transition where he was landing in.
Putting down 3 left and 360s. Each of them very nice and clean. Ooh, proudly presenting his sponsors the big stickers on the skis and on the head. Yeah, let's see if he deserves those today. Therm-ic, only 16 years old. That's amazing too,
16
right?
years old. But no. Is he 18 years old?
16 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, he'll be 17 only this April. Whistler Freeride Club is his home crew. Big props to Whistler. Have you skied in Whistler before, Aline?
I have. Long time ago, though. I think I was 19. That's like almost, I'm not even saying that.
Oh, wow.
20 years ago.
10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Waiting for his score. Flo, I really want to put him in first or second place.
Let's see. Aline Bock is guessing this is first or second. She should know she's a former Freeride World Tour champion on her snowboard, now a mother of 2 twins. Are they already snowboarding, Aline?
They're skiing. Ooh, they're skiing, but they're getting into it. They only want to jump.
Right, Freeride Academy Innsbruck. Can't wait for them to be big enough to join in. All right, Garden Therm-ic score. Is it enough to push Fieberbrunn from first? That would need 80 points. Got to be somewhere up there in that range.
I was leaning myself out of the window right now, but I'm really feeling good because the judges are hesitating as well. So it can't be that easy to judge that run.
Well, definitely a very complete run. Big mountain speed. And
Second place.
Second.
Almost 2 points.
1.3 points behind Fieberbrunn. There was a tiny bit of disappointment there, but yeah, given
Well
the fact
done.
that we have 12 out of 26 riders down, yeah, this is going to be one of the best runs of the day, I'm sure, no matter what.
All right, I'm not guessing anymore then. I was near though. All right, out of Canada.
Next right in the gate, Gay Cochrane, bib number 30, 18 years of age. Canada back to back. Amping himself up there in the start gate. We are ready for you, Kate.
You can hear it's a bit windy up there, but dropping in, hitting this little feature.
It's really interesting that we do see some riders going for a 360 at the very top cliff and some not. I'm sure they're all capable of it, but some just decide to, you know, that they need this warm-up of a straight air at the beginning, and some others feel mentally loose enough to go for a 3 right away.
First wind lap, he was throwing a 360 already. Second one, he kept little going easy now, getting into the steeper section where he's... Oh my God, wow!
Kate Cochran opening a new takeoff on Big Mama Cliff, going bigger than anyone else, jumping from the highest point, but also struggling to find the sweet spot for the landing, being compressed and shaken into a high-sider.
No, showing that it's still fun.
Exactly.
Wow, that was really big, Flo. That was and that sweet spot where you have to land in, like the perfect spot to be able to land it in.
I almost think if we do have another Freeride Junior World Championships on this phase ever again, like a month before, we should go and shovel some snow into the landing to make for a longer transition for our ballsy riders to be able to stomp that.
Just coming into the finish line, but really I want to see the replay. That was a massive approach.
So
Yes,
it is
basically coming from a different area.
Yeah, and this is another 5 meters added to the cliff size. So we're approaching like a 12 to 15 meter range here.
That was way bigger than the other
It was
cliffs.
way bigger, but it was not much steeper at the landing.
No. But that was massive. Oh my God.
And he didn't just go for a straight air, he went for
You
a 3.
cannot land in. Oh, Yeah, there needs to be a
Wow.
10 meters more transition to land in if you want to hit cliffs like that. Still in a good mood.
Okay, Cochrane now holds the trophy of the sick bird of the day. I would say biggest cliff, even going, even putting a 3 in there. Wow. So, you think it's smart to, put in such a high-risk move where you think you can land it maybe 1 out of so many times and just give it a go? Or would you think it's smarter to go for an easier line with smaller jumps and trying to get that trick fucked up?
That's a hard question, Flo. I would probably... Oh, 8th place, as you can see.
Yeah.
I would probably play it safe, but then when you're feeling confident and then when you really want to show in a way of like, I can actually do this, I'm capable of doing this, why not just risk it? Because if you're fine with it, that when it doesn't work out, then it's good. If you're super bummed...
That's true. He didn't seem to bump. I think he was proud of what he was doing. Yeah, and it's going to be in all those highlight videos, I'm pretty sure. Back up to the start gate where Toyus Pollestad Randa from Norway has the chance to make his fellow countrymen in Norway proud of him. Deciding not to go straight, but to follow the ridge line, which I like personally the best because we can see him coming right by
Boom,
here.
through, you can even hear it. And now he's going for the first
left hand 3.
big
Wow.
3, and he's almost crashing.
That's what I call a centered landing. Wow.
And also getting into the steeper terrain here.
Also going for that
Boom.
double. Nice. Not with 3, but with a lot of speed. Allows him to approach that next hit with a ton of speed. Big GS turns for Toyus in the lower part of the venue.
Getting with a lot of speed to the finish area. Ooh, wow. A shout out goes to his brother Tobias. And he wanted to thank him for helping him a lot with training for this event.
Exactly. It was very interesting. He showed us that he's totally capable of freestyle skills, putting a 3 at one of the most difficult takeoff of the day, but then not so much more of entertainment in the line in the lower part of the face.
Yeah, he was going to the steep part, and then it looked like he wanted to go for a double, but then he chose to kind of just ride down the steeper terrain. And then he's also saying that he had a bad knee and his knee is good now. Maybe he didn't want to risk too much.
Really a big 3 up there. Wow, I was very, very impressed by that jump. You see the tracks of the other riders. He overshot those by like 2 or 3 meters.
No,
The Relda rider.
Still going really fast and smooth.
Yeah. But I think to be on the podium, you want to milk this venue. You want to turn every every wind lip, every takeoff, into points by doing a freestyle trick. We have seen riders putting as many as 4 3/6s in one run. So for the podium, 1 might just not be enough. But still a run to be proud of by Toyus, especially that top air.
But look, he's shaking his head. He's not really happy with his run, maybe.
Maybe that middle part was not exactly what he had planned for.
Exactly.
Probably wanted to drop in a different way over
It
the
looked
bridge.
like he was hitting a
We'll find out.
little icy thing on the top, and then maybe it put him off, and then he decided to not jump or go over other cliffs.
All right, Team Canada with a lot of athletes here today, and the next one is Tannen Desbrisé. Next year, I think we're gonna get at the riders meeting, ask all the riders to pronounce the names correctly for us to know. Thank you very much to correct us on the YouTube channel. If you watch the live, let us know, and we'll correct ourselves happily.
Also out of Whistler, coming our way.
Nice top herb on the ridge.
Wow. I don't even know what to say. That was that one of the biggest features that I've seen
Tan and
for today?
safe, jumping off the nose.
And again,
And
a
that
massive
rocky
air.
part making my heart stop for a second, thinking he was going to land in the rocks, but he cleared everything. He knew exactly where he was going. Challenging car, dumping for the biggest, Kate Cochran for the biggest cliff of the day. Holy moly.
That run was done in like, what, 20 seconds? Wow, I really want to see the replay because I couldn't even really see where he was going. And the crowd's obviously cheering.
Tannen de Brisé, not being the biggest showman in case of freestyle, but that cliff drop was outstanding. Let's watch that replay, ladies and gentlemen. At first he flies by our commentator's truck, and I think his heart and soul were with this drop all the time. Look at it, he finds the nose, he has to take quite a bit of speed,
Goes in the
pops
lip
off and has to fly down.
and lands right at the perfect spot.
There was
But
not much
near the
room.
rocks. Wow.
Derek Foles would call this a sniper landing. Wow, taking a lot of risk there and putting his feet down right where he had to. Not even half a meter to those big rocks. Look who's right off his landing. Big props for that cliff.
Yeah, but it seemed like no hesitation. It seemed like he knew exactly what was going on.
But we also know now why he did not put any other jumps with tricks in it, because he was so focused on
this one,
doing
yeah.
this the right way.
Let's see if he
Wow.
gets rewarded for it from the judges.
That mental strength is amazing, you know, at 18 years of age, to get that takeoff angle right. Whew. Also, Kai in the finish says he likes those big jumps.
And what is he mostly looking forward to? He says, like, just getting a chance to ski this venue. Very low-key, I would say.
And for him, it's been a very special day because he was supposed to compete here last year, but on the training day before hiking up the famous Klappspitze for the 2025 Junior World Championships, he ruptured his appendix. So he missed the whole week, had to watch from the hospital, and he came back for revenge this year, and he totally made up for it by showing us some amazing orientations and the cliff dropping skills.
Just waiting for the points, then waiting for the heading for Aiden.
Judges is hesitating. Now he's taking off his teeth protection in pink, which I had to. But it's really hard to breathe in it. Wow.
Das sind die Kommentatoren. Können mir kurze Info haben, wen der Heli abholt? Ist der Aiden Fitzpatrick mit einer Knieverletzung oder irgendwas anderes?
Wir wissen es nicht genau.
Okay, danke, das sagt nichts.
Ich habe verdammt
Still waiting for the scores. This time I'm not guessing anything. I really don't know how the judges are gonna.
All right, so Aline is not daring to guess anymore.
Not this time.
About the scores. Bib number 14. That means we are more than halfway through the field. We just saw one more of the biggest cliffs, one of the biggest cliffs of the day, and waiting for the score of Tannen de Brisé. So, do you think that was too risky what he did, landing this 12-meter jump right next to rock, or did he know exactly where he was going? Did he know where he had to put his feet down?
And that's the hard part. Can you tell? Can the judges tell that he actually knew exactly where he was going, or can the judges tell that that was a little bit too risky and he, taking this risk, could have gone so wrong?
Well, over the last years, we have seen that these kids, you know, they plan their runs so well. They have their coaches here. They had the chance this venue to get really close, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he was doing. But bottom line, it is a very risky move. Obviously, if he lands half a meter to the left, you know, he will land on these rocks, which could result in a serious injury. But that's also what freeriding is, you know. You plan your runs and then you run the plan. And if you do it according to your plan, you will be fine.
But then also he didn't have other massive features like the other ones because they had a big cliff and 360s in run.
And I think that is also the difference between a junior rider and some of the riders on the World Tour, that and I'm sure he was so focused on this one feature that he did not have the capacity to put in another 2 or 3 360s on the wind lips, because that is real difference in the mental game. And so maybe it's smarter to, you know, step it down from that one big feature, do it a little smaller, but then still be open enough for a couple of other features. And I think if you looked at the World Tour last week in Baqueira, Beret, which was a very difficult phase because it was very short and the riders had to put a lot of features in there. Even there, some riders struggled to put a lot of maxed out features within 20 seconds or so of a run. But this is what makes the difference between, you know, a good freerider and then the best in the world, that they are capable of that.
Place 4, 75 points. Yeah, I almost wanted to say I would put him in the first 5, but I didn't dare.
All right, so still in first place, Sebede Schreiber with 80 points, followed by Therm-ic 78, and Hayes Livernois with 76. Tanadebulese just put himself right behind in fourth place with 75 points. All right, boys and girls, there is still a lot of room, 20 points between the leader and the max of 100, and maybe
dropping in.
Hamish Henderson from New Zealand is the one.
Big 360 over the first cliff already. Looked really solid. Looked like...
It's Kiwi conditions. The snow is a bit hard.
What? A 7?
Oh!
That's
incredible.
The first 7 that we've seen. Super smooth landing.
Hamish Henderson opening a new takeoff and then putting the first 7 of the day to his feet. Yeah, piece of cake. He's right to the biggest cliff. Hamish, you don't have to jump that cliff to win the competition.
Go for it, but please land it. Wow, perfect. We're speechless.
We're speechless. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, please do it straighter on your last one, Hamish.
Oh, hello.
Riding over the rocks. This was Kiwi performance at its very finest. Hamish Henderson, to me, sorry to say that, the most outstanding one of the day so far. A 3, a 7, landing the biggest cliff that has sent a lot of riders home heartbroken. He stomps it and then puts a last 3, and before he hits the judging line. Hamish Henderson, New Zealand, 18 years old. Amazing run by the young Kiwi. Wow.
That was quite a run.
Looking up to Craig Murray and Vale Porat as heroes. Well, I don't think they could have done this any better. What do you think?
Yeah, this was a very solid run. I would, well,
so that's
hard to say from here, but yes, I would absolutely put him in the top 3.
One thing I dare to say right away, he finished 9th here last year, and this is going to improve. It's going to do a better result this year. Let's check it out.
First 360, and that was a really big one already. A 7 with a really solid landing. Not perfect, but solid. He doesn't jump super far, but he does land before the kind of bump hole. And another 3, super clean.
And you could see it on the review after take of the big cliff that he put his feet up like in moments before he arrived at the real takeoff, and thus minimized his jump time. He was the first one to really put his key down like inches after the actual cliff, and he hit this transition, and that like minimized the impact. They could ride it out. That was smart riding from top to bottom. At the same time, high risk riding, putting that 7 in there, and the big cliff itself. Wow, really complete run.
He also seems really happy with his run.
He can be.
You can be proud of yourself. He actually grew up in a really small ski resort where it's a really big day if there's 200 people.
Yeah, some of the rope tour areas in New Zealand are amazing. He's looking forward to soon move to the Canterbury University in Christchurch, which is a great spot because you have the university, you have the surf spots right out of town, and you have only an hour and a half to the big ski resorts of the south line of New Zealand. So, world's wide open there for Hamish Henderson, and we are waiting for his course. 80 points to beat to go into first place. Sebede Schreiber has been sitting there forever, defending more than 10, 15 riders to push him down from the throne.
Judges are having a hard time
yeah,
this
very,
time.
very interesting comments on the YouTube channel. Some say congrats to the win of the day. Oh, 88.67.
Wow.
Hamish Henderson taking the lead comfortably, almost
Amazing.
cracking the 90, but I think this was well deserved. This was definitely the outstanding run, the most complete and clean run in one package delivered by Hamish Henderson. Congratulations to that super outstanding performance. Really impressive.
I mean, you said it, Flo. You said like this was the most outstanding run. But obviously we cannot judge. We're not judges. We're only commentating, so we shouldn't.
We shouldn't judge. Well, we're not judging in a way who's doing good or bad. We just judge if we like what we see. And I'm sure we like what we see by Jem Miller, the second Austrian of the day, also part of the Stefan Heusel freeride team. And this guy is a cat. You know, if you see him on a trampoline, you don't even know where's up and down.
What? Are you kidding me?
Showing his freestyle skills at the big windlip and now approaching the big mama cliff. Wow, following the performance of Hamish. Find that takeoff, pull up your feet and go right for the 20. Going a bit more cross-cut than Hamish.
Wow,
also
perfect
finding a
landing.
nice 20. Yeah, you can tell the judges help things, but I'm sure he's going to go for another 3. There he is, left
and
hand,
also
way bigger
perfect
than Hamish
landing.
on the
Yes.
left. Another outstanding performance, back-to-back. Hamish Henderson followed by Jem Miller. The only real difference I could see was that Hamish did a 3 already at the first
He had
cliff,
another feature locked in.
where Jem went straight, but other than that, super similar runs.
Now the judges, we can hear from the finish area. Yes, it's really hard on the judges for the last, what, 6, 7 riders?
Well, it should be, you know, we like the judges' heads to smoke. Oh, Kai Unterreiner knows that, being down there at the finish line, grabbing all the emotions.
Super happy. And this is what's all about, Flo. See, it's like the team, people are riding together, they're hugging each other, they're stoked for each other.
And it's also the whole freeride community. We have so many sports in this world, you know, where competitors are competing against each other, but here you're competing against yourself. Yeah, you're setting the challenge yourself, which cliffs you want to take, and you try to put the runs down in the best way you could. So this is probably the only difference between the runs of Hamish and Jem. That first step, because the sevens were both perfect. Maybe Jem even going a little further.
Wow.
And then both showed their smartness and probably the cooperation of their coaches for finding that training that so many riders were looking for, to be able to stomp that massive air. And also the training that they do in the summer shows off right there.
It looks like as if they could see from the starting gate where the sweet spots are left, you know, like the last little spots in there for those.
But you know, that's the difference between freeride comps 10 years ago and now. They can watch the live stream up there, so they know what to do, and they have the coaches down there, and they really tell them, hey, you take the takeoff we agreed upon, but you take off 3 to 5 degrees more to the left, to the right, a bit further, and if they're a good duo, the coach and the rider, you know, they communicate in the right way, then the rider can really use this advice and make the most of it. It's not allowed for the riders to have a microphone in their ear. 83 for Jem Miller, second place.
Well done.
I think that's we have guessed, yeah, just lacking the 3 at the first air to challenge Hamish, but on that, a perfect run, and he's going to make the Müller family and his coach Stefan
He's
Heusel
super happy.
very proud.
Super stoked for him. Oh, almost on his knees now. He can't believe it. Yeah, that was well done.
Wow, 2 outstanding runs back to back. And we are going back to start gate, but we have 7 more riders. The next one, Steinar Dolen.
Out of Norway.
The Norwegians really presenting a lot of riders this year. Coming from a ski racing background, so his technique is going to pay off on these difficult snow conditions today.
Only 2 years ago he's getting into free riding. 10 years of ski racing.
Narvik being his favorite mountain resort. I'm stoked because I'll be going there for the last couple of the season in May. Racing by the commentator's truck, going 4-3 at the first jump up on the ridge.
Super good landing. No hesitation.
Man, look at this view, right? Oh, amazing. The beautiful Batsnau Valley with the big resorts of Ischgl and also Galtür further up the valley. But let's focus back on the beautiful conditions here and the run of Steinar Dolen.
also taking in a little bit of a smaller feature now, but solid skiing. And let's see what he's aiming for now. Or is he just chilling and just riding down?
Very nice upper part with the 3 at the ridge and then going between the rocks.
Getting some little air here at the last wind lip.
Exactly, not showing too much in the middle part except for some high GS turn which he brought with him from his ski racing career. Giving props to his coach Kappl.
And last year he's been winning. Did you say that the freeride event in Narvik?
Won the 3-star, yeah, at his Fieberbrunn Narvik, so he's got to be stoked to win at the home base, so to say.
Such a high level of riding now if you want to be on the podium. Louis out. Then a no cost here. Mason.
Well done. Now finishing his run in the area. Seeing his friends.
Yeah, we have stopped a bit talking about the vibe in this freeride community. I mean, in freeriding, once again, you're not competing against your fellow competitors. You set that challenge. You say, I want to do this jump, I want to do this trick, and then it's all up to you to choose what you want to do, and it's up to you to stand up to your choices. And obviously, if you finish second place, I don't think I've ever been grumpy about being second in a competition. If anything, I was grumpy about myself for not going a bit harder, further, bigger.
But not at someone else.
Exactly, it's all in your hands. It's not about seconds, yeah? And it's not about the judges being bad boys ever. You know, they're doing their best. It's you, it's on you to choose, you know, your challenge. And if you want to jump a 2-meter cliff and that's your maximum, that's it. And if you want to jump a 15-meter cliff and you're comfortable, you can go ahead and do so. The criteria are the same for everyone. And that's also why no one's jealous. Everyone's cheering for everyone. And if someone does a good line, people are happy for him. And it's the same from the juniors all the way up to the Freeride World Tour. 52 for Stena Dahlin. Yeah, nice top part. Pretty conservative in the middle and the lower part. That's why it did not get more points than that. But either way, a great appearance at this year's Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl.
Out of Switzerland, next rider, bib number 36, Louis Ott.
Oh, and Louis Ott has a very special day today because his grandma passed away just this past Sunday. And so he's competing for her and to carry her in his heart all the way from the start to the finish line. Nice approach up to the big moraine with a big drop.
Good speed now. Let's see what he's onto now.
Up big cliff. Oh, new takeoff angle. Also going bad black Memphis.
Wow! But that was almost unlandable. Not unlandable, but for him it didn't work out.
Louis Ott, so much determination. I'm sure he had his angle right because that flag's been there sitting for orientation reasons. But this jump is huge and that landing is very, very flat. You can right now you can see in the upper left corner how that steepness of the slope immediately turns into a flat landing pad, and that compression is just going to be brutal.
You have 2 or 3 meters for the sweet spot, and then it's just flattened out.
But it would look like a base jump. He just kept flying, flying. We see now it's a new record, another meter and a half further than the riders ahead of him. I don't know if this is stoppable by a Rainer Baqueira, a Max Hitzig, or a Marcus Gogan. But it's proved too big for many of the kids. Still very brave. And I was not worried. They had their speed perfectly matched out. Yeah, they're not in danger of being too short. But the impact is just too much there.
In the takeoff, you could almost see that he doesn't really see exactly.
Oh, it's
It's
so
so blind that he has the flag, yes, of course, but then still, you're going into a massive jump, completely blind. And then you have to hit the sweet spot to be able to land it perfectly.
But I'm really stoked that, yeah, we see more than 30 riders on the face today, and they haven't seen anything stupid. Yeah, they're doing really amazing high-end moves, but they are calculating their risk really well. Look at it, it's so blind. You get to that edge, you start turning,
Boom.
fly, fly, fly.
And even
What
throwing
an
off a
air.
360 of it flow.
Wow.
Wow.
He was actually
This was a massive, like, good angle where you can actually see.
He was in a very good position to land it, but that impact just was too much. Louis Ott, I think now taking away the spot of the biggest jump of the day. I like to get the meters up from takeoff to landing there. Holy moly. Louis Ott in the Verbier Freeride team, a Verbier Freeride club. Big shout out to his teammates there, Efi Rouillet, Kia Rouillet, Nima Jeanette, and Johan Bachner. As I said before, Verbier, one of the biggest breeding grounds in freeriding. If you ever go there on the first day after snowfall and you take the gondola up at last, it's mayhem. You're looking down from the gondola to this endless amount of takeoffs and rocky couloirs. Everyone spots his line. People jump out of the gondola, and then you see people going huge and doing tricks off those cliffs under the gondola. It's like a film studio. Yeah, and that pressure is also high. If you want to make it in Verbier, to one of the best riders, you have to be very, very good.
That's maybe where the place where he's been training.
Probably, yeah.
And he was saying that he really wants to be the next junior world champion, but it's not happening today.
Yeah, but you know, he has the balls to do it, that's for sure. He has the coaches to do it, Robin Dalbelé and Alejandro Gamero. And what I find really interesting is the guy he looks up to. It's not a free rider. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. Probably because he's made it to the top in his game and it's been up there for almost 2 decades. Yeah, and that is really an achievement.
But yeah, that was obviously the biggest jump of the day.
All right. We have another
Canadian rider.
5 ski boys up in the start gate. First of those is from Canada, Ben Novachowski. Ben pushing at the start gate as if he was going to get points for being the fastest. Clouds have moved away. Bluebird again over the beautiful Patznow in the west of Austria. In freeride paradise, Kappl. Wow, stomping the 3 at this difficult on-the-ridge jump.
But super fast.
Also
look at the
hitting
takeoff.
that
Oh,
huge
massive.
air.
That was impossible. Wow, what a tomahawking down.
Ben Novachowski from Canada taking away the award of the wipeout of the day.
Let's see if he's good. He's waving. He's saying, I'm here, I'm fine.
Battling Louis
I'm
Ott.
claiming it.
Battling Louis Ott for the biggest drop of the day. You can see he's landing and far up there in the far distance to take off. It seemed he was in a perfect landing position, but penetrated snow with his ski, and then those skis stopped and his momentum kept his upper body going forward into what we call beautiful cartwheels. Cartwheels is actually a snowboard.
Tomahawking.
Tomahawking down the face. You see those tomahawk tracks.
Oh.
They look spectacular. Usually don't hurt too much unless your head gets stuck in one hole.
But look at his takeoff. His takeoff is at the perfect spot. Then kind of like not straight down the rock, but just like a little bit traversing. Just a little tiny bit.
It's interesting because I thought while he was in the air, he was totally capable of landing it because his body position was perfect. Let's give him a shot. So much speed. And he is in the perfect position.
Oh my
he puts
God,
his ski down.
Yes.
But I think the impact was so big that his skis penetrate the snow and it just stop while he keeps moving on. Another angle, this one. Look at this flying time. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. Yeah, maybe he was a bit too centered with a hint of leaning forward over his skis, which shows his mental strength, right? He's not leaning back in fear or anything. He's leaning forward, says, I want to stomp the shit out of this jump.
Wow.
And he's really trying to do so. But not managing to hold on. Ski rods are there, grabbing his skis for him. safety team working perfectly. Look at his tomahawk tracks. Big props, Ben, for big balls. No points for trying, but big props for the courage to jump this huge cliff.
It's almost art in the snow.
Yeah. He wrote in his pre-comments that he thought about winning at Freeride Junior World Championships, landing all his drop switch. Not sure it would have been a good idea on this one.
No.
Looking up to his dad, well, that's a compliment, right? Michael Nowitkowski also coaching him, but also looking up to Sean Petit, Sammy Carlson, Carl Richardson, Dylan Siggers, reckons all those guys very inspiring.
Really nice is like all the kids are just writing down like, hey, I just really want to have fun. I want to be skiing with all the different people and other skiers and freeriders from different natures and just nations and have a good time with them skiing.
Totally.
It's like, it's what everyone's actually saying in their interviews. So yeah, he's skiing quite fast down. So yeah, he might feel Mason Newell
from Alaska Ski Resort. Alaska being, I think it's near Anchorage up in Alaska, right?
Right.
Yeah, like the entrance to Alaskan skiing. Oh, why? He says since he started competing, he's always been getting hyper-focused on the one feature that most would call a crowd pleaser. So get ready for an action. And
he's dropping in now, taking off.
Going.
And is he gonna? Oh, did he hit something?
Yes, he was a little short and hit the rock, but he was almost at the landing. So and his flight curve was kind of with the rock. So I don't want to know what the base of his ski looks like. Probably all gone, but he is fine, and that's the most important.
He's holding his head though.
Well, Ben Nowitkowski from Canada and Mason Newell, you're giving us shivers down our spine as they both jump the biggest cliff of the day. And while Ben Nowitkowski ends up making it to the landing and going down into multiple cartwheels, Mason Newell does not quite clear the rock, and one of his skis gets stuck on the rock, sending him into a tumble. But luckily, he did jump far enough, so his main impact was in the snow.
But what do you think did cause his? You know, that he wasn't fast enough? Didn't he pop at the takeoff?
Yeah, we see 3 landings here now. One of the rider who decided to jump shorter and land in the cooler, and then the last 2 riders who decided to jump big.
He got a little bit of speed.
He was just not
jumped
quite
off,
fast enough.
but here, oof.
Yeah. And we must say he was really lucky that he had that amount of speed that he had, because anything less than that speed, it could have proved to be more fatal. But he was just fast enough to almost make it to the landing.
But he did break in the beginning, you know.
Yeah.
He had way less speed. So, yeah, it's impossible to just clear the whole cliff.
You know, it's not a mistake if you kind of slow down before the cliff and you get all your wits together and focus. It's obviously higher standard, and the judges love to see that. If you don't do that, if you come right off your last turn and go full speed into the next turns. We saw that at the Freeride World a couple of days ago, that the riders at the very top of the podium, they were capable of that, right? Landing a feature and going right into the next one. But it would definitely been smarter to get another 5-10 miles per hour for that takeoff.
To be able to actually clear it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just happy he's fine. He seems fine. He's back on his skis, skiing down on his own with a little pow turn. And that's the most important.
Yeah. His skis might need a major service tonight before he can strap them on again tomorrow. But most of all, he should be thankful that, you know, he can ride off this without any injury, because any speed, any slower than what he went, it would have been critical. We must admit that.
All right, we've got 3 more riders left, Flo.
We have an American, a Canadian, and a Spaniard up at the start still. Wow, so it's getting critical. Still in the lead is Hamish Henderson with an amazing line, 88.7, followed by Jem Miller on second place with 83, almost identical line. And Sevide Schreiber with the whirly Eddie bib, I think might have been bib number 1 or 2 off the man, still on third place. So he's going to be anxiously looking up to the top, because each of those three obviously wants to stay at that podium.
I think he has to process now what was actually happening up there. Getting some hugs from his friends, of course.
I like the comments on YouTube. Some person says he's going to be disqualified anyway for a front flip. But I don't think it's called a front flip if you're tomahawking. All right, third last rider in the ski man boys category at the 2026 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Kappl. That's Seamus O'Neill.
Wow, with a massive 3 already.
Showing all the confidence.
Super fast, going on the ridge here. And then dropping in and another 360. Ooh!
Wow. Nice save on the inside ski, which is really hard to do. Right. Slow down, buddy, and get that angle right. Going for the 3.
And crashing and losing his skis, unfortunately. I have the impression the landing was already tracked out, or the takeoff.
Seamus was super motivated, you could tell by his body language. I think just taking a little bit too much speed into that takeoff over the big Mama cliff, going a little bit too fast and eventually overshooting that landing. And as you're saying, even though you can tell the snow has changed now, it's definitely a lot softer now than it was in the morning. But we have seen so many riders hitting that same landings now, and you kind of need those 10-15 centimeters of fresh snow. It's that softness you need in the snow to be able to absorb the impact. And if you land in the track of a competitor who went exactly the same spot beforehand, you don't have this patch. But most important, he is fine and doesn't even need a ski to get his ski together. Do you think, if you were his coach, would you have advised him to go over this cliff in a different angle? Because we have now seen 2 riders stomping that, and they both went kind of cross-court from skiers left to skiers right, which seemed like the only way to properly stomp that cliff.
You know, if I was confident that my rider would be able, if I would tell him now that he has to change his plan a little bit and go left or right, or hit the whole thing in a different angle. If I was that confident, of course I'd tell him. But sometimes you also want to stick to your plan, because sometimes it's not so easy to all of a sudden have a plan C, D, E, F, G. And
but given the fact that the coaches and also the riders in live stream at top, they must have seen that 9 out of 10 riders did struggle at this very landing, and those 1 or 2 managed to do it differently. Yeah, I think you gotta stay flexible all the way to the moment you approach the start gate to potentially do those changes.
Absolutely.
All right, Wyatt Atkins, last Canadian in the skier boys category, going big off that first cliff, showing his confidence, getting a couple of nice turns in, going for the 7 over the wind lip, stopping it
perfectly.
Wyatt. Wow, so now he's exactly even with Jem Miller, who did the same straight air and the same 7. Let's see what the middle and lower part will bring. Going for big mom. A totally different approach, taking off way behind.
Wow! And
but unfortunately,
completely
still having too much speed. A totally new approach to the Big Mama cliff. Reminding me of Toby Rafford on the Baqueira Beret Pro a few days ago on this crazy magical line. Really liked that approach, but not for this landing.
He didn't even have a chance for tomahawking. It was like just creating a massive bubble.
Stopping that in the landing. But it was not really in the position to land this clip. I think it looked like he was a bit off axis.
Exactly, he was a bit sideways, landing more on his shoulder. Glad he's okay though.
but mentally super strong. You could tell the moment he left the start gate, he was going for it, and the way he took off from way behind the actual cliff was really actually a smart approach, but the speed was just a bit too much to bring him to the sweet spot of this difficult landing.
He's skiing down fast though, so he's all right, seems okay. Here we have the replay of this already quite big approach on the first hit, and then beautiful 7.
That was
and
amazing.
Changing directions straight away after landing. Little air here and then approaching the takeoff.
Look at that, he's taking off like 8 meters behind where other people
before the
took
cliff
off.
and then boom, as you can see, he wasn't straight, he was
that impact taking its key right off. I'm not sure if he was grumpy there, or if he was claiming it, or if he was just telling us he was fine.
Or he was going, oh no.
Sometimes I wish we could put a microphone on all riders to like get, you know, their emotions. There was a massive jump as well.
Oh wow.
Oh, boys and girls, incredible. What a show that you showed us today. So, last rider up in the start gate, al último rider de España en el start gate. Buena suerte a Lawrence Hackett Bijuan. He's giving us all his riders hints in Spanish. So hard, but when I'm not surprised, he's looking up to Aymar Navarro, one of the heroes of the Pyrenees, who's made it to the podium on the World Tour many times and showed things that people didn't think were possible, talking about combination the cliff sizes. Last rider of the day, can he push Hamish Henderson, last skier, I'm sorry, can he push Hamish Henderson off position number 1, or Cem Müller off the 2, or Sebastian Schreiber off on the 3? He needs 80 points to make the podium. As much as we've seen from the Spanish riders, they are definitely capable of that. All right, Lawrence Hackett from Baqueira Beret. Wow, super sides in the first. They're taking off early, clearing all the rocks. Approaching the first limit, getting ready for left-hand rotation. Massive 3, probably the biggest jump of the day. Not going for the 7, but maximizing his flight time. Wow. And the mountain is not steep enough. He's pushing himself to approach faster at the big Mammut. Come on, boy, take that angle right. You know, cross court seems to be the best. Smart, he rides in further down and stomps it very clean. One of the few, I think, 2 or 3 riders to stomp the cliff. And might see another 3 prepares for the left-hand 3. Stomping as well, super clean run. 2 beautiful 3s with a huge one on the first win lip for Lawrence Hackett Bijuan. Wow, Team Spain's going to be stoked. And he is stoked as well, raising his arms, claiming as he approaches that judging line. He learned a lesson, probably had his coaches on the radio telling him how exactly that cliff must be dropped. And you see by the cheers of those riders that they're also stoked for him that he managed to land this massive drop. Wow, big props to Chavo Javier Jerezzo, coach of many of the riders in the Pyrenees, in the Baqueira Beret area. Look at this 3, he just keeps flying. Luckily, he could stop the rotation just before he would turn it into a 540. Bam, massive impact. And he also slows down and lands really like the first track after the rock, and doesn't hesitate to put in another 3, also maximizing the flight time here. Very good combo of cliff drops of 3s and really showing a lot of momentum in this run. Bien hecho, Lawrence Hackett Bijuan. Right. Is that enough for a podium run? Will he be able to push Sibede off that third place? I'm sure Sibede Schreiber is biting on his fingernails right now. But we know also that Thorn-ic and Hayes Livernois on 4th or 5th had great places. But no matter what the result's going to be, that was a great run. Aline, last skier boy is down over the finish line. Yeah, anxiously waiting for his result. Hamish Henderson can be sure he'll have a podium. Jan Miller can be sure he has a podium. Yeah, so we'll see those at the flower ceremony. But 3rd, 4th, 5th place, that's all really tight.
He's keeping us
Yeah, the
excited,
judges are
like
taking their time today. I know we have a shorter venue, so the whole competition takes us less time, which is good for the judges. They can, you know, think about it a little longer. But for us, the wait's really hard for these results to come in.
now, especially the last rider. Like now, everything's kind of unclear. Like we have no idea. Super excited to see the results now.
No, but we know it's only 8 points between the 4th and the 8th place, so it's all really close there. Yeah, well, if you had a bad run, you don't even want to be standing there waiting for your score. You just want to run away and, you know, get done with it. But if you had a good run, yeah, those moments are just really tough.
Especially for us now, as he was the last rider, we only kind of we almost knew, you know, all the results, and now we're waiting like, who's going to be pushed off of 1st place, 2nd place, or 3rd place, or is he not going to be making top 3 at all?
Exactly. Well, we didn't really keep count, but that cliff, that big mama cliff today, must have sent around 10 riders, you know, into crashes, while 2 or 3 did land it, and they're all up there among the best. Lauren Jacquet.
I bet it gave all the moms out there a heart attack every time. One of the kids is going so big.
Yeah, my daughter has been competing for 2 years now, but she's only 13 and she's not doing cliffs of that size, but I already have a hard time watching her. I don't even know what it's like to be father or mother of one of those kids, you know, when they do those big areas, especially when they put their skis down on the rock after 10 or 50 meters of flying.
All over the world, they're waiting for the results. All over the world, all the moms are just now, you know, kind of happy it's over. And
Laurens Jacquet Bijuan, last rider of the ski man at the 2026 Kappl World Championships, 5th place. Woo, congratulations, Laurens. And he is stoked.
Nice.
And I'm stoked too for the Spaniards.
Perfect.
Wow. Sneaking in between Thorn-ic on 4th and Hayes Livernois on 6th. And that means we do have a podium and we'll have 1,000 milliseconds. Your new 2026 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships champion here in Kappl is Hamish Henderson, taking it home for New Zealand.
Wow.
Beating Jan Miller of Austria with an almost identical line, and Sibede Schreiber with a very early bib hangs on to the podium just in 3rd place. Yeah, but also the runs off the 4th, 5th, 6th place were really amazing. We just saw Laurent knocking into 5th. What a show in Kappl. Yeah. The boys went as big as possible on this venue. Many taken out by 2 big jumps, not making the trannies.
Probably the obvious jumps, right?
Wow, what was the highlight for you, Aline?
The highlight was like those guys who were making the transition, you know, who had a clean landing in this hard or short transition where you had to have the sweet spot. Now we're seeing the flower ceremony.
Exactly. Sibede Schreiber from the US on the right side. On the left, we have Jan Miller in 2nd. And hero of the day, taking home with the golden trophy from New Zealand. Yeah, making the Kiwis proud. Hamish Henderson.
Wow, congratulations. That is amazing. He must be so stoked.
Oh, there's nothing like winning a freeride comp. Yeah, it gives you the illusion that you are the best in the world, which you are at this very moment on this day for 1 year. Hamish Henderson, you can call yourself world champion. You probably haven't even realized what that means yet. If you walk up to the sponsors and say, hey, you want to be team up with me? I'm the world champ. There's nothing like that. I'm sure they're gonna go hard tonight and party and celebrate this till the morning light, and they deserve it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much to all the skier boys. You know, that show was amazing. You definitely took it to the limit. You took us to the limit. Yeah.
My heart to the limit.
Heart to the limit. Thanks for that show. And we're moving on to the next category. It's the girls again.
Start list, women. I'm excited now. I'm getting really nervous.
3 Americans, 3 Frenchies, an Australian, a Spaniard, and a girl from Japan form the crew for this year's women's category at the Freeride Junior World Championships here in Kappl. And we'll be ready for the first rider here in a second, which is going to be Kitsuna Takahashi.
Takasha. Oh God, I literally learned her name yesterday and I already forgot. Because she's actually my team rider from Gentum Stick. I've learned yesterday and I'm really excited for her now dropping in.
Gentum Stick, a famous snowboard from Japan, made for Japanese powder, but I'm sure it also works well here. We'll see if it works well on the by now fairly tracked out venue for the 2026 Freeride Junior World Championships here in Kappl, but I'm sure there's still some powder pockets and slashes to be done.
There's still stuff to do, I guess. Probably for the snowboarders, almost impossible to hit the same jumps as the skiers. Let's say the big jumps, the massive clips, or do you think they're all gonna go down there?
We'll see, but we do know that she asked us a question and she said, if I win, I'd love it if you could retweet my post tagging Freeride to help boost my visibility. So
perfect.
So Kituna, if you win, then I'll tell the social media department to repost that, I promise. And you want to compete in natural selection, we know that. Well, then this is a good place to put yourself into the spotlight.
Coming from Kiroro, it's main island of, it's in the mainland of Hokkaido, from Kiroro, one of my favorite ski resorts.
And it's her 3rd time here in Kappl already. She's been 5th 2 times, so definitely time to step it up, take a bit more risk, land those jumps cleanly, and go for a podium.
Jumping in the venue already on this obvious jump, getting into it. Looking really smooth. Riding fast, another air. Looks like she has a little bit of a freestyle background.
Yeah, like those widespread arms with the surf returns. I think that's, you see that Japanese, probably North Island background there, huh? That's
with a lot of snow normally.
Exactly.
And we're probably going to see a completely different line approach now from the snowboarders, as you cannot compare it to the skiers.
No, super fluid and really creative, you know, making a lot of use of that venue, hitting all kinds of different jumps over the rocks, over the wind lips, staying fluid at all times. And except for the very top, where she had to slow down on her backside after the first jump, she's really linking those turns and doing as little sliding and traversing as she can. And I really like the fluidity of this run a lot.
Is she already done with her run? Nice run, solid run, not too much risk taken, but still some bigger airs in the beginning. A nice little air here, which probably doesn't count anymore. Oh! But there is, the judges are not going to be judging the little. Yeah, she's down in the finish area. Well done. It's always also hard after competing after the skiers. Waiting for your turn. Here you can see getting some air and a grab. And the snow conditions actually look at some places quite nice. We can still do some powder turns. And then, of course, it gets a bit challenging down where it's like more like harder, compact conditions. Of course, now is start number 1. 70 points, setting a mark for all the other riders who are coming. At this next rider is in the start gate from France, Amélie Martin with a bib number 43, dropping in. 17 years old from La Clusaz, and she started snowboarding in New Zealand, where she was born.
We asked her if she rides with a team, and she said, "No, I ride with my dad." So I think that is one of the best teams in the world.
Good answer.
Father and daughter. She's coming right by our truck on the way to that hip, up on the wind lip. Nice ear time. So this is the hardest part for orientation as it rolls over forward and to the right, and you get to find that right anti.
She's getting here in a little bit of steeper terrain. And as you can see, the snow up there is quite good still.
Getting ready for a major drop.
Hey, nice. Nice jump. Getting some air. Taking her time. Maybe getting to another feature.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's got something lined up, otherwise she would make the way all the way to that left of the venue. Yeah, nice 180 for Amélie. She was actually born in New Zealand and they only moved to France when she was 3 years old. So she had a Kiwi background, which really proved well today for him as the winner of the Kia boys category.
But you can see how hard it is. Like, she's like going super fast, but I tell you, on a snowboard, it's very different than on skis on such terrain. So that's why the snowboarders were going later on to have it a little bit more like softer terrain, but it's still hard to go full speed in tracked and also hard packed terrain, especially at the bottom. Here you can see she's getting into the area where she has sorted out a smooth jump. And here she's reversing, maybe searching for the good pow that is left on this face.
So last year she managed to take the win here at the Kappl Freeride Junior World Championship. It's not going to be a victory today because she is in second now with 60 points. Might still be enough for a podium, but for now it's second for Amélie Martin. All right, back up to the start. Who's next in the gate? Another girl from France, Ellie Dalton-Rijard.
Who was competing at border cross before, also taking the first air, getting into the face, getting into the all into it, the snow conditions, testing it out. It's a perfect little feature at the beginning.
Wow, she has a border cross background, and I can tell by
that.
the size of the jump and how,
Yeah.
by the way she managed to hold on to that edge. It's so hard on the snowboard with that single edge once you have a certain amount of speed and the snow is not soft and there's a lot of tracks, but she did really well. Right, approaching the area of the big cliff while putting herself over some major exposure. Approaching a takeoff of this air, finding air time and finding a nice tranny. Awesome drop there.
Yeah, she was like hesitating a little bit, but like getting into it, approached it, and then boom. Well done.
Wow, definitely the biggest cliff drop in the women's snowboarding category here so far, and she added a couple of nice over the wind lips. Definitely a big threat for that first place right now.
That was really smart of her. Well done.
Kai Unterreiner, the voice of Open Face in the finish area, is also stoked about the lines showed by the ladies today. And I think they are. In the lead, Kizuna Takahashi with 70 points, which is a super fluid line. And now Ellie Daltorijan, definitely maybe less jumps than Kizuna, but really supersizing those and also adding a big cliff drop.
And now you can actually see, it's really funny where they're coming from, as she's like more from the board across. You know, like you can see that she's super solid on her board, but obviously not from freestyle, like putting in like tricks or freestyle tricks.
Exactly, still managing to add a grab on this last windlip air. All right, 7 point speed. Wow, 78 points for Ellie Daltorijan.
Well done.
And that's a real benchmark, I believe.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Riding.
Taking the risk of going into those windlips, jumps with a lot of speed and adding that big cliff. So that is a tough one to beat. Tegan Riley Turner is the next one up in the start gate.
Her third time at the Junior Worlds. She's starting young, obviously.
Wow.
And getting into the face with a lot of confidence. Nice style. Good speed. Approaching the first wind lip with a nice backside air.
She's won this event in 2024. She's been to the podium again last year on the 3rd place. So the only thing is missing is a second, but I'm sure she'd be more happy with the first.
It seems like her body language tells me like she wants to go for it. Concerning the speed she's taking now, she got a little bit of the speed off, but obviously she's approaching one of the cliffs here. Kind of the same as the former rider, and then now she's like not having getting too much air, but riding out smoothly.
Yeah, that was interesting. Approaching the same air that Ellie Daltorijan was just taking off on, but minimizing the flight time. So obviously, if you want to get that high score, go over the cliff and get airborne. And she minimized her risk, but also by that, not maximizing her score.
Maybe not getting enough points then to beat
Ellie
on first place.
Nevertheless, a solid and fluid run by Tegan Riley Turner. Loves to ride a Crested Butte and is part of the University of Colorado free ski team. Gives props to her coach Edward Cohn. That's for sure looking anxiously.
Well done though. I really liked her style. Really loved seeing her not going like super slow and just like taking she was full on doing speed.
Do you reckon it's harder to be motivated in the start gate if you come here like Tegan does, and it's the 3rd time here, you have had 2 podiums, you've won it before? Is it hard to push yourself into the right mood than for someone who's here for the very first time?
I guess expectations are probably a little bit different. If you're competing for the first time, it's all about the experience with the other riders and then meeting everyone and just riding with everyone, and then of course you want a good result, but it's not the most important. Although I'm not saying for everyone else it's the most important after competing here, but then for the 2nd or 3rd time you want to prove something. Okay, on 3rd place with 67 points, 67. Maybe you want to prove yourself, maybe you want to prove something to your sponsors. The pressure is a little bit different.
We saw Jana Heusel managing well that pressure in her 3rd appearance here. As you go up to see Bruna Fabrega in the start gate, another girl from Spain, from the Baqueira area. And she had a great season last year, winning 3 3-star events. So she used to be at the top of the podium in these events. But this is the Freeride Junior World Championships, this is the very best in the world. So going a different way than those other snowboard girls ahead of her. Once
Coming
again,
our way,
past our truck.
passing us. Maybe we can wave. She won't see it.
No, definitely too focused.
Getting some air just in front of our
Yeah.
truck. And approaching the steeper terrain. Not hesitating though, taking some air, getting out smoothly.
Nice exit there from the steep part, going right back up, finding a nice powder pocket for a big slash. Haven't seen too many of those today.
There's still some pockets left, I think. Somewhere.
Yeah, there is. We're gonna go for those after after the event. And
There you
can
go.
and you can see very well now in the lower part, it has paid off for the Lange has to switch starting orders, have the girls go last because that snow has softened up. And it's a lot nicer now for the snowboarders to ride in those areas that have been affected by the sun where the snow is turning from crusty to slushy.
Now making her last turns before entering the finish line, the judging line. She wasn't as fast as the other riders, I would say, but she was still like a riding solid, staying on her feet. I think she knew exactly where she was.
Yeah, she planned her ride and she wrote the plan in control at all times. 67, 67, oh, 67, 67, for third place. Aline is shaking her head.
You have. Tell me you have kids in teenage age without telling me you have kids in a teenage
Exactly,
age.
yes I have two. All right, 67.67 is what she does need if she wants to kick Tegan Wilder-Turner off that temporary podium. I liked how she kept it playful throughout the whole run, looking for an air there and air there.
Taking some air here. It was like
Exactly.
probably steeper. The takeoff was steeper than she thought. And already being the second last rider. Oh, sorry, my mistake.
No, we got
That was
we got another 4 after Bruna,
My mistake.
So luckily, more show to come.
She seems happy though, smiling. Judges are hesitating a little bit. She wants to party already before she knows the points.
The après-ski is waiting. She doesn't care too much about those points. Bruna Fábrega de España.
But back to the question you asked before, you know, maybe with the third time competing at the Junior Worlds, you're also not that nervous anymore. And you know how it all goes, and you know the show. And then you have a different mindset. Because of the first time, you know, obviously you just want to have a good time, but also you can be really nervous in the start gate. It's
True.
the Junior Worlds.
True. Also, this phase here, this year is a bit more forgiving than the Quellspitz phase, which is so steep and radical that just climbing up though with this needle sharp bridge only
Intimidating.
is intimidating for many riders. Yeah, so a bit more of a relaxed mindset that you can use today. Bruna Fábrega loves to ride with sister Chloe.
Nice party down in the finish area already.
Yeah.
Looks like they're having a good time. On third place.
68.33, pushing a former champ Tegan Riley Turla off that podium. But nothing is set in stone yet because we still have 4 girls up there. And the next one is Brooke Hansen.
From New Zealand.
Well, we have a world champion from New Zealand already. Will we have to? We'll see. She seems super motivated, smiling into the camera as she leaves the start gate.
Coming
Also-
from competing in slopestyle, so she's more freestyle type. Let's see what she's throwing down. Approaching really fast. She's now passing us. Boom.
Looking really comfortable on her snowboard there.
Not taking an air here. Going around. Probably getting into the steeper zone.
Yeah, it seems like she's focused on something that's coming up here. That'd be the only reason not to take that air up there.
Taking off some speed. Finding her entrance. Searching for the good snow for one last pow turn. And then riding down.
Yeah, definitely keeping it fluid in that difficult part of the face. Maybe lacking a little bit of those drops. We saw a couple of those girls really taking up the challenge to drop over major cliffs. And she quite successfully navigated around those at the top and in the middle part of the face, which makes for a nice and fluid run, but obviously not going to help the judging in terms of the air style category.
You need to get some airtime too to be able to be on the podium now. Now she's...
Yeah, that's definitely the nicest air of her run. And I'm amazed how she found it, because it's way down. It's hard to find.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Traversing a little bit. And riding smoothly. Oh! With a little butt check. To the finish area.
Brooke Hansen from Quadrona. Wow. Speeding up towards the bottom. She loves to ride in Travel Cone and Arapaho Basin for fun and freeride terrain.
Her 3rd time competing at the Junior Worlds. And just loves to catch up with all the riders that she met the years before. Waiting for her scores now.
Brooke Hansen, 6th place and 48 points. Also, der Startplätze today. Number 7, United States of America.
48 points for Brooke Hansen, putting in 6th place for now. And we got 3 more girls up there. Julia Brown is on course. Wants a big shout out for her dad and grandparents, and thanks all her friends for waking up so early and watching her. So
I can imagine.
all of this crew, yes, you are live in Kappl at the 2026 Freeride Junior World Championships, brought to you by YETI and Kappl. And on course is Julia Brown.
Getting some little air. First sprint lap in. 2nd air.
Nice, clean and fluid so far.
Her family owns a 50-year-old cowboy hat shop in Vale Village. Wow, where is she going? She is approaching
An area where no one has been before. but we're not at Star Trek. We are at the Freeride Junior World Championships, and Julia
Wow,
Brown
is she
goes
going?
for an
Is she?
amazing couloir.
Wow, amazing! What a line!
Very critical and sensational line choice by Julia Brown.
No hesitation.
No, finding a spot that no one's seen before. A tiny little couloir between those huge cliff walls. Yeah, and going in a very fluid and with a lot of confidence.
That's so cool. I'm really stoked on her doing this.
Amazing, and it's only her 3rd year of competing, of free competition, and she's being so confident and having the orientation skills to find that. Wow, you can't value that high enough.
Well done, Julia. I really want to see the recap of it, because I was almost thinking, does she have to take her board off?
Well, that's Key and Snowboard Club crew in Vail. Will be proud of her. Let's
First
get the
little air
recap.
here. She had a nice little air at the beginning, and now she's approaching. Look at this. Getting into the gnar and then straight lining it out. Well done.
Super great line. Just look how steep it is and exposed. Rocks to the left, rocks to the right. Slides in there and then goes out full throttle in full control as well.
It's so funny that no one else has done that before. She must be happy.
Right. She's our second to last. No, sorry. Third to last snowboarder. So
Oh, she's so
It's
happy.
getting
Now everyone's
hot
happy
in
back
here.
home. Now you can go back to bed and sleep for a little bit. Because I assume everyone watching from the US waking up in the middle of the night for seeing this comp
yeah,
here.
I'm sure they're having some great sessions there. With a lot of Red Bulls. A lot of coffee, keeping everyone awake. No coffee needed to stay awake when Julia Brown is a start gate though. Going for one of the steepest parts of the face, riding the crazy couloir. Then we can call it Julia's couloir from now on. Yeah, see how relieved and stoked she is that it all went so well. Well, 68.33 is what you need for 3rd place, Julia. And I think that's what she's hoping for right now.
I wish I knew how she was scoping this line. Like, how did she see, like, hey, look, this is this little, super little, small line here, couloir. And I really want to do it. I'm going for it. Judges are hesitating again.
I think they're hesitating. They're just taking their time, Aline. They just want to make sure, you know, they
It's
get
just
this
because
right.
I'm so nervous.
They're minimizing the chance of any errors by, you know, discussing a little bit and just making sure. Because we had, you know, there's quite a few differences in those lines. You know, it goes, some going for the smaller top slow speed, some going for the rocks. So she went for a more gnarly line, so the lines cost going to be super high. Maybe the style code there for a little less. So it's not always that easy to compare.
No,
for
exactly.
judges.
The comparison is the hard thing. That you compared with a technical trick. You have to compare it to a cliff drop, to a wind lip.
And on a competition, on a really big venue where runs may take 2 or 3 minutes, the judges eventually don't have a lot of time to discuss these details, but today they do. And I like it that they are taking the time and making sure they're getting the scores really, really right.
Third place.
69, being on 3rd.
Can't believe it.
James is so stoked that he's in 3rd. Oh, she thought that she was going to get more points. Hard to say, but she's going to be stoked as well. She's on the podium, and there's only 2 more girls up there. Linnea Chrétien from France, and that's a very interesting starter. Her brother Kea is a 3-time Freeride Junior World Champion.
Wow.
And she was also European's best in the under 14 category 2 years ago on her snowboard, and now she's here with the big ones, so to say, and battling out for another title. Her family lives
nice turns.
Her family lives in Courchevel, where her dad runs a Freeride center, and they change continent every year in spring. They move down to South Africa and live there for a couple of months and surf, and as the winter comes they go back to Europe.
Okay. Good life.
Good life. Her brother Kea is now competing on the challenges. He'll have the first competition next week in the Montafon, just half an hour from here. Kea very fluid, like that
Super
first
fluid. I
air.
really like
Yeah.
her turns. I really like, she's strong, fast turns,
Yeah.
taking
pretty-
some air. First a little cliff at the beginning. Almost fall line, I would say. Now she's traversing a little bit towards
She's,
the
yeah.
rocks, and then another air.
Wow, that's a nice one. Wow, I like how she goes full speed of all those
Good.
tracks.
That was a fast run.
She's got to be really, she must have put a lot of hours training in those legs. Or it's just because she's surfing and windsurfing and snowboarding and skating, basically being on boards all year long.
What a board sport person.
What a board sport person, yeah. Inatea Chrétien, coached by Roris Imbo. And of course, she says hello to a person that's very important in her life. It's her boyfriend, Sam. Sam, hello.
15
Hello, bye.
years of age, Flo.
Inatea.
Wow.
I like that air. Inatea Chrétien from France.
Very solid rider. I only started snowboarding when I was 13, so imagine I wasn't riding like that. So strong, super fast, solid airs, not too big, staying on her feet, riding smooth. Well done.
Yeah, wow, it's getting interested. Only one more girl up at the start gate after Inatea. We have Ellie Dalton-Rijard with 78 points in the first. We have Kitsune Takahashi in second with 70, and Julia Brown, who had just moved into third place with 69.02. So, super anxious to see where Inatea is going to be positioned by the judges. I'm sure they're going to take some time again. You're getting used to that. A board sport family, a board sport girl, surfing, skating, winging, snowboarding all year long. What a life.
She's happy, you can see. Happy with her run.
And I think she's also strong because she trains with the Fiat Academy in Courchevel that was founded by her dad, Florian Crétin, a couple of years ago.
Oh.
And she's the only snowboarder in the group. So she's riding with skiers all the time, every day.
That says it all.
And yeah, you got to be fast, right? Especially when snow conditions are not perfect.
You have to keep
You
up.
have to keep up. When it's powder, it's the other way around. Skiers have to try to keep up. I hate it when they lose
Not
skis
in the
and you have
flats.
to wait for them.
Not in the flat,
Not
though.
in the flats, yeah. Then you're happy if they're there. All right. Can Inatea push any of the three girls off the podium? Hard to compare that last run of Julia Brown, yeah, with that amazing
Absolutely.
cooler, with that maybe more fluid line of Inatea. with those cool
Exactly.
lift drops.
Faster, more
Yeah.
fluid. The turns were, I wouldn't say smoother, but different, like very strong in her legs. Taking some airs
Yeah,
and
that
then having
That could well make the difference. I think that fluidity and that, almost aggressiveness in the turns top to bottom, that was really a standout in her run.
second place.
Second
It
place.
paid off. Wow.
Wow, just 1 point ahead of Kitsune Takahashi. And Inatea now knows she will be on that podium this year for Junior World Championships. But
Wow.
nothing set in stone
Congratulations.
yet, because we have one more girl up there who can turn everything upside down.
Brooke Hansen, bib number 47 out of New Zealand.
She's already in the finish line, which is actually Willow Newton, who's still up there.
Oh,
Willow Newton from the United States of America, and going for a 180, riding switch into that top air and doing a cab one off the first cliff. Also showing that confidence, going switch out the start gate is not something that every rider really feels comfortable with. Approaching the first windlip with a lot of speed.
ooh, a little bit of butt check here.
Got a little bit into the backseat as she was in the air, having to turn sideways, but she can still make her up for it. She can still make up for it. And the middle and bottom pop of her run. Also approaching the left shoulder of the big Mammut cliff, making sure she gets that right takeoff. Really nice hair, unfortunately, having almost the identical
Going
problem
down here,
as she had at her top
unfortunately.
air, having to put that board sideways. Super grumpy as she's riding out of there.
Again, you can see it. Yeah, I know. This is hard. There's so much expectation having a nice, still throwing a nice little method off here. Keep your motivation, it's worth it. Doesn't really matter, but yeah, I can understand that someone's frustrated when it doesn't go your way.
Yeah, no, she was super determined, and all she would have needed was to land that cliff to make it a really nice run. Willie Newton, another rider from the Palisades Tahoe freeride team, lives in the Teton Valley in Wyoming.
Making her way down on the finish line.
Well, she won the overalls in the under-19 female snowboarding category, yeah, in North America last year.
Oop.
Not winning this competition today with a couple of mistakes, even though this one was below the finish line.
She's out now.
Sorry, setting line.
She probably hates snowboarding right now. I can understand. I did too. When I was at that in that position.
Great effort though, Will Newton. Big props to Sammy Lübke, her coach. Sammy was great batting with you on the World Tour many years back. Typically it's you in first and me in second. Unfortunately not the other way around. One of the greatest snowboarders of all time for sure, Sammy Lübke. Passing his knowledge to that next generation of riders.
Oh,
awesome,
bummer.
Sammy. Keep going for that.
Look at this, like really nice approach. She should have just like straightened it.
And it was a solid air.
Yeah.
Just not being able to keep it together in that.
Well done though.
Landing that compressor a fair bit. And that means we can be pretty sure that the podium's not going to change after this run. But let's wait for this flower ceremony to announce the winners of this category.
And we have another division in the books.
Claiming her spot in the rankings. Still waiting for the full results. And afterwards, of course, 16 snowboard men still on top, waiting to start their show.
In 9th place with 37 points, Willow Newton.
Thanks, Willow. Thanks for the show. And thanks all the girls for a great show.
Very impressive. The top three were just really, in those conditions, like they were showing how, you know, like different.
Your new 2026 YETI Freeride Junior World Championship here in Kappl is Ellie Dalton-Rijard ahead of Hinata Chrétien and Kizuna Takahashi, beating Julia Brown by just 1 point, and a point just behind is Bruna Fabregat. And again, only 1 point behind Tegan Reed Tyler. So really close. Check it out. Only 4 points between 2nd and 6th place. So super close here.
Wow. Well done, girls. Here it is. The podium of the women's snowboard. Really stoked for you.
Wow, congratulations, girls. It was a really great show. Super fluid runs, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and really, really strong riding by the snowboard
Amazing.
girls in these, especially for snowboarders, challenging conditions. Especially stoked for Japan to have a podium right there.
Absolutely. Well done. They don't even want to leave the podium. They want to stay there all day.
Well, they have to, because it's already almost 3 p.m. and we still have 16 snowboard men out
Wow.
there. And the resort shut down at 4 p.m., so you better get going. All right, these are the shots. They're going to go around the world. Yeah, trophies, emotions, and winners.
All
So,
right.
ladies and gentlemen, last but not least category of
Start
today.
list. Snowboard man.
We were supposed to have 17 boys, but unfortunately, Sloan Hanepan is not able to compete, so there'll be 16 boys today in the start gate. And Colin Wickland, it's going to be the first one. I love it that we have such an international field of riders, right?
That's
13
crazy. I'm
nations
just
from
seeing all
over
the flags
world.
here now,
Yeah.
and I'm super stoked that they get to, you know, they get to know each other. They get to know, like, from so many different countries. They get to know, so in so you know, so many different nations and languages and stuff. It's like, that must be so cool for the kids.
Exactly, and the first one of those is Colin Wickland from Sweden, and not surprised, his hero is Cody Bramwell, yeah, who took the world by storm as he did a backflip into the most crazy terrain last year at the Verbier Extreme, taking away the win at this British contest, and
Dropping in.
rookie of the year last year in Rick Svensson, and already now at the Freeride Junior World Championships, yeah, is Colin Wickland.
Approaching the first wind lip with a 360. We couldn't really see it.
Was it a
The
180 or
landing.
360?
I don't know. We
It was
couldn't
hard
really
to
see
tell.
it with the shade and the angle of the camera.
Anyway, making the most air at the first possible cliff, spinning at the second, straight at the third, and he's up there on the shoulder of the Big Mama cliff. Wow, looks like he's gonna go pretty
dropping
big.
in a speed spot, but so difficult to land.
It's highly motivated, maybe taking a little bit too much speed into that takeoff like so many riders ahead of him, because where he jumped it's definitely more stumpable than further to Lucas right, where it doubles in size.
He was a little bit too far down.
Exactly, just overshooting the trend a little, but he was up like within a second.
Absolutely. Some point reductions, but not massive. And big props to him that
Yeah, he was in a
he's
position.
approaching this
wa-
big clip anyways.
He was in a position to land it, so deductions are only going to be taken by the judges for the landing itself.
And now making his way down to the finish area.
Narviksfjellet is his favorite resort. Not that we know where it is, but he says it has lots of features and perfect snow.
And maybe the sea of the backdrop, the sea.
Right, here is your replay. So it was a 360, nice and floaty, finishing that rotation. And the front side grab. And then if you look at it, you know, just a little bit too fast, you know, taking off here, and then this is where it's supposed to land, but another a meter or two, kind of too far, and landing right where it flattens out. It's such a difficult feature, huh?
Especially snowboarding,
Yep.
to land in such a short area where it's like a little steeper and then it flattens out.
But Colin stoked, 62.33, the first score of the snowboard boys.
In the start gate already, Kai Cortez.
Kai Cortez, another rider of the Palisades Tahoe freeride team of the United States of America. It's his first time here, and what he wants to do is have a good time. Nice entry air, finds fresh landing. We haven't seen anyone to take this air before.
Really nice turns approaching
Yeah.
the wind lip now. With a massive air.
Yeah, a tough one for regular footers, because you're taking off on your backside edge, and if you go straight, it's very easy to have your weight a bit too much over the backside. That's exactly what happened to him. And thus having a little sit down, but back up and riding very quickly. Also approaching a big cliff. Don't take too much speed here, my friend, please. Wow, where's he going? Goes to the big flag. I'm sure he knows where it's going because the flag is right there, but what is he planning to do?
I'm getting almost nervous, but he is now taking the decision to go down and straight line it and jump off it. Wow. Well done.
Very creative move. Wow.
Well done, claiming it.
By Kai Cortez. I
Oh.
loved it. I loved the
Wow.
claim too.
Yep.
It took him quite a while to
In the
make
run.
sure he was doing the right thing. But, oh, did we just have a drone crash? But so creative, riding into it and then, you know, on light feet, kind of riding over those rocks.
Exactly, and then a little ollie.
And he was very strong in his legs because where he landed, you know, it's not steep
He landed
at all.
perfectly.
So he got to be losing a couple of points for
Hesitating
the
at the beginning.
entry. Yeah, but it was a good idea to make sure he was right where he wanted to go. Very impressive feature. Right in tune with Julia Brown, who
Wow.
took that cooler right next to it.
Where do they find those? All of a sudden finding new features or how to ride it. It's very impressive to see that.
Yeah, I think it also has to do with a certain difference between the North America or the American and the European judging. Where the Europeans look a bit more towards the
Look at this
overall,
crowd.
the overall show.
Yep.
And the IFSA judging focus a little bit more on that line score. So if you go to really difficult, challenging terrain, there's a bit more awarding for this. Because the riders learn very early, okay, if I go to like crazy places, if I'm not very fast, you know, I get great points. Look at him standing there above this wall.
He's
That's a new
checking it
angle.
out
Riding
and then boom, little ollie and then
and landing it, just putting his, stopping it, just putting his hand down for stabilization efforts. A third angle here. That was really well planned. Right on that ridge, even turning a little bit.
well done.
I really
nice
liked it.
approach.
Congratulations, Kai.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very spectacular.
He must be
Yeah.
happy now.
Yeah. So the judging rules are pretty clear about that. Every second you stop in the middle of your run, it's 1 point off. So he probably loses something between 5 and 10 points from what could have been. And also he'll probably lose a couple of points for putting his back down in the upper part of this jump. But thanks, Kai, for this amazing creative way to ride this middle feature.
And also gaining points for this feature, obviously.
64-6-7, the lead for now. Why is there so many 6-7s today?
It's flow.
Sorry.
All right, in the start gate, Hernan Navales, 53, start number 53, dropping in. Going for a little bit of a different approach here. 360 over the first feature, really nice. And down to the wind lip, where he's already spinning a backside 3.
It was a small 3, but it was a 3. Nice
Onto the
freestyle approach. Are we going to see another 3? Now straight air for a change.
Completely different riding style.
Oh.
No going for the bigger cliff with no hesitation and whoa.
And he managed to take the speed out of it. Yeah, arriving at takeoff really slow and stopping it.
He was stomping
That's
it, but
how
he
you
was
do it. Yes, he was.
oh my, and a
Big
massive backside air.
Wow,
But was
ladies and
he-
gentlemen, what a run.
He was touching the rocks flow. Did you see that?
Yeah, but just, you know, doesn't matter. Hernan Navales from the Celle Freeride. And he says he loves to ride in Celle because that's where he was born, obviously. Wow. Making Spain proud right now.
He must be
He's
stoked.
past the touching line.
Very different line.
2 spins, a big
Choice.
backside there, and landing the big Mammut cliff where so many riders have failed today. And he's stoked. He had his arms waving, claiming while he was riding. Look at him. He can't believe it. Wow, it worked out for me.
Let's see.
And
Let's have a closer look. Now he's like, this this front 3 is amazing.
super
Like wow.
mature riding. Jumping off
Then
early enough.
Back
Yeah.
3, little 1.
Also
still.
showing the variety, spinning left, spinning
Absolute.
right. Yeah, giving us a straight air here. With a little grab. And now he does it so well. He keeps turning, but still takes that speed away. Just a tiny bit of slide.
So blind, and
Yeah.
now boom.
And
Wow.
showing strong legs. And look at him.
That was so good.
claiming the right moments after the landing.
And a nice backside air.
Stoked. So
Of
Aline,
course, first place, 77 points.
Wow. 13 points ahead of Kai Cortez. Comfortable lead for Hernán Navales. Felicitaciones.
Well
Muy bien hecho.
And already back to the start gate. We can't even process this run yet, and
No.
we're back to the start gate with this bib number 54.
Soini Turunen.
Turunen, 18 years old.
Unfortunately, over-rotating a little bit at this beautiful backside 3 at the very top, but he was going big and he's blasting down towards.
So
Holy shit,
fast.
so fast to win it. Going for another
Wow.
3,
And
putting that one to
stomping
his feet
it.
cleanly. So he's showing that he was unfortunate only not landing the top air because he is a very strong snowboarder. He can tell. Approaching that big Mama cliff area from the left side this time.
Wow.
That is where we have seen Julia Brown, but he's
Oh,
airing
going into the
that chute.
couloir. That's what a nice choice.
Soini Turunen with a super complete run. Just very unfortunate at the very top where he kind of lost control for a moment after this backside 3, but the rest of this run was really outstanding. Stoked to see a Norwegian guy perform so well.
His line choice was very
Yeah.
creative, very new.
And it's interesting, he attends NTT Galo, which is Norwegian's top sports high school, so he can snowboard and study at the same time.
Nice.
And he's mostly a freestyle snowboarder, but when there's good terrain around, he likes to freeride. And he was Norwegian's champion in slopestyle last winter, so
Wow.
no wonder he is so strong at his freestyle moves. But at the same time, going to the Nar and airing over cliffs, wow,
That's crazy.
that's a promise for the future.
And he had so many features in his line. Like at least 5 jumps.
But man, this is the level of riding. This is man. Congratulations. What a cool run. Sorry for the first shot. What a run.
51 points.
Yeah, obviously.
4th place. That's probably because of the first feature where he didn't land properly.
Definitely would have put himself in second place here, but not with a crash like he had at the top. Gary Klaassen, son of, I believe it's got to be Steve Klaassen's son. I hope I'm right here. Got to be. Yeah, sure. Steve Klaassen, one of the true freeride legends. I think a 3 times winner of the Verbier team. Someone that I was still competing in my active days from Mammoth Mountain. And if he only has part of what his dad had, is we can expect some
It's
great
already
stuff from
enough,
Kate.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Never easy to walk in big footsteps.
Going for the
Yeah, difficult terrain here. Lining up this
steeper
nice dip
Pac-Man
drone.
360.
Not quite finishing the rotation, but quick to be back on his feet.
Now airing a little bit.
Interesting, his home mountain is Mammoth, California, but competing for him mostly happens in Switzerland.
And
in
a
France.
double.
Very
Nicely
nice double.
well.
We haven't seen this at all
Well
yet today,
chosen.
which
Yeah,
is
that's
really interesting, right?
really cool feature for especially for the snowboarders.
Why did we have to wait all day for this beautiful feature to be ridden? Loves snowboarding, but also wants to go to college to want to study engineering and business. Either Colorado and Utah, and he definitely wants to be at the Freeride World Tour sooner or later. So you're in a very good way, buddy.
Really nice. Solid riding.
Congratulations, Steve.
And it's the first
Keep the
time
riding
on
in the family.
first time on the Junior Worlds for him.
The only snowboarder to spin off that cliff so far. Wow.
It's hard.
And that was probably the highlight of the run, right? It was such a beautiful double.
Really cool line choice, I would say.
Yeah. Well thought out. I gotta ask Steve afterwards if it was yeah.
His
if
advice. No,
if
but
it
you
was
could see there
Dad
was
choosing
nobody
runner
went there
himself.
before.
Now waiting for spot.
Yeah, it's hard. You know, you had a sit down or a small crash in your run, so you know that score's not going to be up there. But still, you hope that the judges don't, didn't take off too many
Don't
points.
punish you
No, but typically,
too much
yeah,
for this.
You have, that's disappointment of a mistake must
Of
sink in
course.
first.
4th place.
Still a solid score for this. So he's salvaged quite a lot of points by riding the double,
Yeah,
the poly
absolutely.
part off the face. Okay, next rider from the USFA in the start gate is your under 19 IFSA North American champion from 2025,
Ooh.
Caleb Gibbs. And we know the level of snowboarding is high in North America, so if you manage to be a champion there, you can comfortably throw a frontside 3 off any cliff at any time.
Nice
And that's what
entrance into the
Caleb does.
venue already now, going for the wind lip with an air. In another air, I'd say. But then probably approaching the bigger feature now.
Wow, approaching a big cliff, but
Mm.
where he is now, it is really big. Not,
And
don't take a lot of speed,
wow.
buddy.
That was almost, yeah, it's hard to land.
I'm super impressed by those snowboard kids, I must say,
On his
snowboard boys.
feet
They're
now,
taking
yes.
up this big
Because these
cliff.
cliffs are big.
And they have seen the live stream. They didn't know that, their friends and teammates on skis have struggled to land them. And he did it really smart. He took like the minimum of speed potentially possible,
Exactly.
but still, it's really hard to land it on a snowboard because you got landing on 1.5 feet. You can't really use your front foot too much, otherwise you're gonna start front punching. So you're landing on your back foot and a little bit on your front foot. And if it's hard for a skier to land it on 2 feet, it's almost
Even
impossible.
harder,
Yeah,
exactly, for a
definitely even harder
snowboarder.
Or a snowboard to do it on.
And you also don't want to
1.5 feet.
nosedive
No.
on a big cliff like
Very
this.
casual at 3. I really like
Cool.
that. Yeah, and he was so controlled. Didn't risk too much with those jumps. I think he was really focusing on this big drop. But as we'll see, even despite he took away all that speed, which is smart, just not being able to stomp that landing.
Well done. Unfortunately, not the landing he was planning.
Caleb Gibbs from the Ski and Snowboard Club Wales. Giving props to his coach Kevin sometime.
Also competing in slopestyle in a rail jam back in the days. On 5th place now with 54 points. 6-7. And back to the start gate again. Bib
Wow.
number 57. Out of Sweden, Kasper Kantermo. Kantermo.
Yeah, he's been here before, scored a 4th place here last year, so he's eager to step it up by at least 1 rank to finish at the podium of the Free Junior World Championships, or maybe at the very top.
Passing us with speed now.
Still only 16 years. Kasper has another 2 years to compete here if he keeps on qualifying, so yeah, he knows what it's like to be up in that start gate. Competing for the RS Snowboard Club.
Getting into the Nar now. No hesitation in riding off that bigger cliff. Yeah, nice. Nice approach. Well done.
He said the best riding of his life was in those events in Kappl here, so he loves to be back here.
Now he's traversing, probably going for another feature here. Ooh,
Wow, another
nice.
solid cliff.
Well done.
The good stomp. Wow.
That was worth the traverse.
And going for the double, we just saw it being hit for the first time, riding it differently,
in a
riding
different
in
way.
and doing this as a single. The one that Kari Klassen opened as a double. 3 solid drops for Kaspar Cantermo.
Cool line choice.
Really cool line choice, really keeping that momentum going.
Absolutely. Fluent.
No trickster in his run, but true, like, really entertaining big mountain line.
Very fluent. Very, straightforward.
Yeah, and I like it the way he approached his cliffs. He just didn't slow down. He just, well, Xavier did a restyle. Just doing those last turns high up and then going right for the takeoff. So we see it's getting pretty dark down there in the finish area because the next Mount Ridge over is blocking the sun. So pretty sure that we're gonna have a speedy competition to make sure that all the last riders have sunshine at least all the way to that judging line. So to beat 77.67 for Nero Navales and 72 for Kaspar Cantermo.
Second place.
Putting himself in second place. Strong run by Kaspar. Congratulations.
Yeah,
to
but
the
we
Swedish.
said so, Flo. We said
Yeah.
it was a solid run, good features. He was fast and good on his board. Looking smooth.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a very interesting rider here, Leo Thoresen. Yeah, his parents are Norwegian and German, but he lives in Austria. His dad was one of the best freestylers there ever were on the snowboard. And his mom also
Dropping
very
in.
speedy.
Look at this, Leo.
Yeah.
Wow, backside 3. Amazing.
And there is one of those riders who really bring it all together. He's flawless in his freestyle, but he rides so much off-piste with his
Wow,
family.
Leon.
And you can tell how casually he did throw those 2 threes. But if you have ever been riding with him, that's what he does all the time.
I'm uber excited. Leo's also
yeah.
was my neighbor for a couple of years.
So there's some riders just...
I know this kid by heart.
You know, skip hard. So they're approaching that last year. Nice one. Putting it all in, adding the cliff to the big 3s at the top.
What a solid run, Leo, now. Keep it to your
One
feet.
more
and
big air to be done. Putting another front
Another
at 3 with the grab.
Super stoked. My heart's bumping for you now. What a run.
What a run. He's in the shadow. That's pretty much where the judging line is. So he is safe and sound. Ooh, it was super flawless. Like, as if he was just chilling to meet his friends in upper ski.
I know his parents are here, and now he's waving. Hey, Leo, how is it going?
Wow, that's a threat now. Hernan Navales in the lead with 77 points ahead of Kaspar Cantermo, we just saw right before Leo with 72. Kai Cortez sitting in third with 64. So definitely aiming for a podium with this run. Young Norwegian / German / Austrian rider. And you can tell when
Look
you
at
arrive.
the crowd. They're cheering for him. I think he must be so stoked. It's his first time at the Junior Worlds.
If you arrive at the finish line and your riders, greet you like that, you know
Look
you had a
at
good
that.
run. I think I like that 3 the best, Get the tail grab, stomping it.
Wow. So much style. He must be so stoked.
And we saw only half the run in replay. There were 2 other really nice hits in there. Yeah.
Oh, well done, Leo. I'm so stoked for you. He's waving for the cameras, to the cameras.
To the right side there is the camera ejecting.
Wow.
Look-
Okay, I'm going for obviously top 3. Obviously top 3 because I wanted to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we didn't have that many runs so far for the snowboarders that had no mistakes, and it was definitely
No
one of those.
mistakes, freestyle
Yeah.
background, like so much amazing, stylish freestyle tricks in it.
Exactly.
So solid on his
All
board.
right. Well, that could well be the lead for Leo Thoresen with this super solid run. 77.67 to beat and 79 for Leo. Aline is stoked. Leo is stoked.
So happy for you. Oh, I've got the shivers, of course.
Yeah, we knew that Leo was capable of something like that, but you have to pull it off. And the next one is also a super interesting rider, Bruno José Salazar Fila. That's a point that I know really well because his family was collecting money for him to be able to spend a season in the Alps, and he's been in Innsbruck for a month now.
Wow.
Couldn't wait for this event to happen, and we hosted him at different places, different families, to make sure he could have enough money for a lift ticket and for
Wow.
food and for new boots, all the stuff he needs. So, Bruno, all the best. Buena suerte, amigo, for your run at Kappl.
Just passing us now.
Nice first air up on that fin lip. He won the under 19 South America ranking in freeride snowboarding in 2024. That's what brought him here. New approach, finding some fresh tracks in the approach to this cliff. Nice, Bruno, and he trained in the Freeride Academy in Innsbruck with former world tour rider Timmy Schröder in the last weeks. Timmy is going to be back on the challenges this year, trying to get his spot
back on the tour.
Exactly.
Solid riding so far. No!
Unfortunately, losing a bit edge control coming over the hump, but being back on his feet very quickly. Ah, that was a bit of a bummer since the rest of the run was great. Is he going to aim for the KD class and double?
Ooh. Does he have enough speed? No, he's... Smart move. He didn't have any more speed.
That was interesting because it seemed like he was so focused on aiming for the double, and you wouldn't have needed a lot of speed because that first part of the double is just a nice entry air, a small entry air, so he could have totally done it.
Maybe that small little crash put him off, and his mindset
definitely
wasn't there anymore.
You lose your focusedness and in a moment like this, and it's hard to keep going and stick to your plans to the end of the run. Bruno Jose Salazar Fiedler, but he says, you know, the Freeride Junior World Championships are just one part of the trip of a lifetime. And he said he wants to live here in the Alps so he can snowboard, and he has so many more years to train and travel.
So much passion.
Yeah, so much passion. Yeah, Francisca knows he's watching in South America. You can be very proud. And all the community, thank you for making something like it possible. You know, getting the cash together for Bruno to travel. I think it's really, really cool.
Nice approach here.
Friends and family
bummer for him.
are making it possible. Yeah,
look, this was the little thing,
yeah.
yep, that put him off, and then confidence went somewhere else, maybe.
Actually, I saw Timmy Schröder this morning, so I'm sure Timmy was helping introduce his line, and up to that point, everything was fine. But I'm sure Bruno is thankfully stoked to be here.
Look at him.
Either way.
Super stoked still, thankful, and it's the vibe.
Yeah, Bruno, you were there, you did it. And look at all this cheering. He's such a, he's such a nice personality. You see that all the other riders, really
love
do
him.
like him. All right, Japanese represent next rider, Kakeru Higashino, 18 years of age. He's from Recco, and we asked him if he's in any freeride team. He said, "Oh, there is no freeride team in Japan."
Going fast, approaching the first windlip with a massive 3.
Beautiful frontside 3. Wow.
He's fast. He's just like probably going to be down in the finish area within like 20 seconds. Approaching the second windlip now. Another nice air. And going for the big cliff. Almost no hesitation. Look at that. And then, whoa, dropping in. Wow.
Using an old school landing technique that Steve Klaassen and me used 20 years ago. So you keep that board in the foreline, put those hands to the snow.
And another frontside 3.
To absorb the impact and then just to get back up.
Wow. Nice work. Super fast.
Tenth place last year here at his first ever YETI Freeride Junior World Championships. But now his second appearance, he's going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like, look at his head. He's like, yay. He doesn't stop until he's done. Look, they didn't judge that anymore.
No, it gets so dark down there now.
Exactly.
Really tough.
Oh, stoked on him, like stoked for him. Kakeru. Amazing. He must be stoked. Wow, that cliff. It was a little bit of a, backslap or like butt check, what would you say? But
I call it the special landing technique.
Special landing. Amazing. Oh, he must be so stoked. Look at that. Wow. It's getting emotional down there.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he's stoked to be down or if he's a bit grumpy about himself for not riding out the cliff top perfectly. But having all his friends from all around the world there cheering for him, I think, being stoked should be his main emotion.
Look at that. Ah, riding with a soul. Amazing.
So he's definitely stoked, and we like
He
that
is
part
stoked.
very, very much.
I was reading his body language correctly.
Yeah, exactly. I think he was just thankful to be part of it. And he'll actually get a score as well. He needs 63 points for top 5, which he might well have achieved with a special cliff landing technique. There we go.
Fifth place.
63 straight, 5th place. Right there in the upper half of
Well
the field.
done.
Very
Also,
well done.
one of my team riders. I'm getting him
Always one of your
sticks.
tier riders. But ladies and gentlemen, this is far from over. We have another 6 boys up there in the start gate, and there's some really strong ones up there. First one, 17 years, off the United States, Cass Jones. Another rider from Palisades, Tahoe. And you guess what? I can tell you a secret. Cass
know it.
has won every single comp in his life that he hasn't fallen.
Wow.
It's a bit of a, it's the same as Marcus Gogan could say until last week. He had the same statistics on the Freeride World Tour. Let's see what Cass Jones here.
Wow, approaching a different line.
Nice, drawing
Different
a big
features.
figure S into this part of the face. Yeah, with a nice clip up as the whipped cream, so to say.
And going, wow,
Full speed.
amazing.
Definitely the biggest 360 we've seen in the snowboard boys category.
Well done.
Yeah, sending it back to 3 down so far. I was wondering if he knew where he was going, but it was all on purpose.
And he's down.
What an
That's
air.
it.
Yeah.
That was it. Wow.
Flashing at face. 2 smaller airs at top with nice big mountain turns, and then going into the 3, definitely one of the moves of the day. Yeah, in total, not just in the male snowboarding. Can't wait to see that replay.
Absolutely. He didn't have a lot of features.
No, that's
Interesting.
that could be the only thing keeping him from getting a super high score, is that he's basically focusing on this
On this
main
only
feature.
one,
Yeah.
feature.
Wow.
Wow.
But this boy is capable
Impressive.
of anything.
Very impressive.
Very impressive air.
Yeah, when he entered this little new kind of line with, you know, untouched snow, I was like, oh, but he's going for something else. And then he was approaching this bigger cliff. 4th place.
70 points for him.
Not stoked.
Well, that's 1 rank better than last year, where he was in 5th. But yeah, really close. Add a 360 at the top and a cliff in the middle, and then he's ready to take over the lead for sure. Right. Our next rider from France, Noé Orduro. 70 years of age, also going to that Lucas rider's left side, out into the sun, passing by us and the commentator's truck with a lot of speed. Interesting that the snowboarders seem to get drawn over to that ridge.
Little feature now,
Beautiful.
frontside 3.
Frontside 3.
Into the steeper section here.
Staying on that ridge for a long time. Cass Jones was already far in the face, almost going around all the steep section. What is he aiming for?
Finding
Go
new
Past
features.
the big bump hole.
Wow, where is he going? He's opening a completely new line here now. Going all the way over this.
Wow, with a very interesting and super speedy double to exit this rocky zone. Very different approach, going all the way out there to that Lucas right. I think he is still in the judging zone so far, at least until he hits that shadowy, but he goes a nose press. And then
360 now he's
playing, and he
very playful.
yeah, and
in
it
the
all
end.
was still before the judging line, so that's all still, you know, stacking up points. Noé Odiro with a very creative line. Part of the Chamonix freeride team. Well, Chamonix has sent some of the best riders, especially in snowboarding, over the years. Coached by Etienne, Jean Etienne.
Now finishing his run. And the crowd's waiting for him already. Well done. But I also think that he didn't have enough features. And it was a lot of traversing after his feature. He traversed back in, and here we go. Being creative and playful with the terrain.
Yeah, very fluid, but little questionable line choice because he could have added a couple more features, and that's why the judges award him so that they only those 50 points and put him 9th place. So creativity is not equal to a maximum of points.
You need to, yeah, put in more features to be able to make it to the top.
Marcelo Urosola from Spain.
Competed here last year too. Second time jumping off.
Not surprisingly, he's from Baqueira, Beret, the freeride hotspot in the Pyrenees.
Approaching the little windlip, but it's wow. Back 3
That
and
was
going
very
for the
controlled.
bigger cliff here, I guess.
Aiming for the shoulder.
Wow.
Rode in nicely. And amazingly how he rode out of this. Even
Absolutely.
though he pretty much landed in the hole that someone had put there.
But still kept it.
And that's got to be careful because now the sun is away here. It's in the shed already. Maybe a good idea to go for a straight air rather than for a spin because visibility really is
challenging now down there in the shade.
If you arrive in the shade coming from the sun. Because you got to think that riders are pretty much riding into the sun. They're riding westward. So as soon as they hit the shadow now, they're going to be pretty much blind for a couple of seconds. Clean run by Marcelo Urrosola. Yeah.
I wonder if he was changing his mind, like hitting the big cliff band, or if he was always going for the side.
No, I have a feeling he did as planned. Yeah. Just seems super confident top to bottom.
Yeah. It was a nice back 3.
Wow,
being smart. Yeah, being smart and
getting really compressed at that landing,
absolutely.
But managing to keep the landing clean. We really got to hurry up for those last 3 riders to make sure they have sunlight on those bottom features. All right, 72 is needed for the podium. This 61.33 for Marcelo Urrosola. Put him in 8th place. And ladies and gentlemen, the last 3 riders of this year's Freeride Junior World Championships, presented to you by YETI, Kappl, and co-organized by Open Faces, are up there. 3 riders are still up there. And Gabe Hardwick from Australia is up there. His brother has competed here a couple of times. They come every year as a family from Australia to do the comps. His brother is now in the challenges trying to qualify for the tour. All the best for Gabe Hardwick.
he doesn't have a team because he says his family is his team.
Exactly.
Passing us
Yeah.
with speed, and now
If you ask him who inspires you, he just names his brother. I really like that family spirit.
Getting into the steeper zone.
What?
Let's see what his approach is. traversing, but now taking the time and going off that cliff with 360.
Beautiful. Well, he has a podium here at the Kappl Junior contest from last year, so wants a podium at the Freeride Junior World Championships. What you got for us at the bottom half of your run, Gabe?
He's now
He's got to have a plan.
traversing a little bit. Like, is he having? Yeah, it's like that's the question. Is he having another plan? Traversing to another feature. Yep, here he is. Another 360
That's what he's aiming for. That wind lip to enable him to do
in the
a back
pow.
set 3.
And now getting into the shade, which is a little
Fortunately-
harder now.
Unfortunately, he had a little wobble after that. He landed that spin cleanly, and as he was riding out, he seemed to get stuck in some kind of snow bubble, but was riding away from it very quickly. Right, Gabe Harvick from Australia. Not sure this was the best line choice, that big traverse after his main features for that, let's call it small 360. Could probably be replaced by something more action-filled or alive.
Yeah, and if you're traversing that much, you have to make sure it's like a big feature that is worth it, the traverse.
Exactly. If you watch Paul Portales or the Freeride World Tour in Baqueira, yeah, you see if you do big traverse, you gotta have a big move coming in. Gabe Harvick, clean top air. Unfortunately, we didn't see the highlight of his run, which was the 360 off the cliff right in the middle. I really like that one. Not a lot of 360s from snowboarders over cliffs today, so that was definitely the outstanding part. All right, 54 for Gabe Harvick, putting in 12th place right now. Thanks, Gabe, for the show. And we have 2 more riders up there. Keo Rouillet, being one of them. Well, part of the Verbier Freeride Club. Big shout out to them. We know we have seen Rouillet right there. That's a big crew, a big team, big gang. Second generation gorillas. Whoop whoop, shout out to Verbier. All right, Keo, what you got for us? Nice in the air, up on the ridge in the sun. One of the last riders to give us this beautiful view with the Holpatz down in the backdrop. And now arriving at the Nar. Where is he going to enter into the steeps?
Trying to find the last pockets of power in here, taking off for the clip with a
There we
nice
go,
backside
Leo.
3.
Beautiful, following Gabe Harvick's line, but cutting all the way to riders left immediately.
Going for the next feature.
We might as well see another spin here. Here
Way
comes the front side.
front.
That's what's going to be reviewed by the judges. I really like that air, you know, spinning front side. Needed his hand to stabilize. I don't think he really had a crash there, just putting the hand down. Then another big
Nice.
air at the bottom part.
And into the shade.
Wow,
Wow.
3 nice rock features by Keo Rouillet. 2 with 360 and the last one with a straight air. Stay on your feet now in the shade. I think we should move that judging line up a little bit to
Yeah.
make it fair for everyone. Wow, that could be a real threat to the podium. I remember Kaspar Cantermo also going down a similar area, but with straight air right in 3s. And Keo now putting 2 spins. Kaspar Cantermo sits on 3rd place with 72 points. That's the challenge right now for Keo to finish
First
high to
nice in
Kaspar.
the air. Second feature, backside 3. And then the front 3 right after.
And let's focus on the landing of the front 3.
Wow.
He lands and then
Little hand drag.
kind of avoids a crash by putting a hand down. Really smart though.
and
that
then
was solid air as well, riding out the tail in the landing. Wow, really combining the big mount and the free riding. I really like that run, honestly. That's going to be really interesting. Is it enough to get onto the podium, or will the deductions for the squabble after the 403 cost him valuable points? I think that's the main questions. Without that problem, I would have seen him on the podium for sure, but with that, it's going to be really tight.
Number
69, yeah, 3 points behind the podium. So yeah, I think if he if he watches his run again, he will realize that, you know, there'll be probably a minus 5 points for that, and if you add those 5 points to his score, it would have been 3rd place. So Geo, great run. Keep it even more clean next year, or next time you'll be on the podium for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last rider of the day. Bib number 66, Tristan Bouman from the United States, rounding things up at the 2026 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Kappl, co-organized by Open Face It. Big props to the Open Faces crew for organizing so many great freeride comps over a decade and a half, and helping to make this event a great one every year again and again.
Dropping in also our way, last rider that is passing us in a second.
Tristan, he was born in 09, so he just turned 16 2 months ago, one of the younger riders on the Mountains Day, also part of the Palisades Tahoe freeride crew.
Nice little
casually floating over the edge. So, and I know there's especially 3 boys down there anxiously watching this run. Going all the way to the south side, finding some spring condition snow, and we will see where he'll be back entering into the main part of the face.
In this couloir and jumping off in the middle of the couloir and then doing a double out of it.
Beautiful and super quick double.
Nicely approached, nice line. New line.
Wow, Tristan, that was very creative. And another double.
Wow.
2 double by Tristan Bouman.
Very impressive.
Very impressive. Yeah, super creative line choice for 16 years of age especially. Wow. Making his coach Adam Paul proud.
And opening up a new line as the last riders.
That is amazing. Yeah. Crystal Mountain in Washington being his favorite mountain. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last rider of the day at Junior World Championships. We have Leo Thorens from, is he starting for Norway or Germany? I don't even know. I think Norway.
Well,
yeah.
Fun fact, he's Norwegian, he's German, he lives in Tyrol his whole life.
Either way, Leo Thorens sitting in 1st place, Hernan Navales in 2nd, Casper Cantermo in 3rd. These guys will most anxiously watch now and await the score of Tristan Bouman.
Wow.
Let's watch this replay.
Second one, but then turning it into a double. That was really nicely done.
And that was the bottom of it, almost in the shade, just above that shadow line. Boom. Very creative line, just don't really like it. Solid riding, stomping those landings. Yeah. Let's see where the judges put that in perspective to the other runs of the day. Is that
last
enough?
Score of the day, and then we also have a winner of the final category, Snowboard Man. And they must all be stoked that everyone is in a good place now.
Thanks to all our partners to make this event happen. Rossignol, Mammut, what else do we have? Shishako, Kappl, Safe, Scott and Dynastar, all helping to make this the great event it is. It's been for many years and hopefully will be for many years to come. Waiting for the last score of the day of Tristan Bouman for one of the most creative lines of the day. And then we will know a podium. We will know the last of 4 winners, the last of 4 freeride junior champions crowned today. viel auf einmal, aber am Jingle.
Still waiting for the final score. The last rider.
72 to push Kaspar Cantamo off third place off the podium. That will be a tough one. But that's the range he's in. Tristan Blumen.
Du hast mobil was Oberramp oder der Baqueira, der funktioniert auch. So sehe ich nicht mehr aus. Brauchst du nicht das Zeit?
Okay, also Flowers sind wir mit 12. Oder gibt's auch noch?
On 5th position. 69.5. That means we do have a winner.
Yeah, just not enough to challenge the podium. So here we go. New freeride junior world champion in the category male snowboarding is Leo Thorens.
Wow,
Aline
Leo.
always has tears in her eyes next to me.
Congratulations.
And Spain taking home second place. Hernan Navales with a heart line that showed a big heart, and Kaspar Cantamo from Sweden. Super stoked to have such an international, almost unusual finish here.
Wow.
The Americans right behind, 4th, 5th, and 7th place for Team America, and Kyo Rouillet there in 6th. 8th place to Japan, Kakuru Higayashi. And thanks to all the snowboarders for a great show. Yeah, we saw a lot of tricks, we saw big cliffs. Yeah, really stoked about the level of boys
Creative
snowboarding.
lines. I'm super stoked. Seeing everyone. Wow, here he
Here we
is.
go. Your new world champion, Leo Thoresen.
Yeah, Leo, well done. So
Wow.
proud of you.
Stepping out the footsteps of his dad. I don't think if his dad ever was a world champ. So, Leo, such a nice and mellow guy as well. Stoked for you. Beautiful run. Well deserved, but big props for the podium and all the snowboard kids to show such a great performance on the Ablit Cup in Kappl today.
Kaspar Cantamo, Hernan Navales, and the champion, Leo Thoresen. Ladies
Oh, I
and
assume they're going to party hard tonight.
we have some new winners, some new freeride junior world champions, some new heroes.
That's pure emotion from Kappl.
Unfortunately, now in the shade, but that doesn't matter anymore. The comp's over.
Well, good morning, America. I think it's about 8:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So
You can finally go to sleep.
you
Back
can
to
finally
bed.
go to sleep. Thanks so much for watching. I think it was a great show at the 2026 YETI Freeride World Junior Championships by Kappl. We've seen the ski boys, ski girls, snowboard boys, snowboard girls with outstanding performances. Yeah, no major injuries, even though we saw some spectacular crashes as well. Aline, what was your highlight of the day?
What can I say? Obviously, all the winners, congratulations. That was a good show. I'm super happy for everyone that won, and top 3, amazing show. Thank you.
Great. Thanks everyone for coming. Thanks for all the coaches involved for coming. Thanks for the sponsors. Thanks for Kappl to host us, all the little family places and hostels and pensions. I think we round this up with some beautiful drone footage from the area, because this is one of the true freeride meccas in the world, and we can't wait to be back next year.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Good. Thanks, Vivi. Goodbye, everyone. This was Kappl 2026. I hope to see you here next year, and be careful out there. Yeah, when you keep snowboarding and riding all the season. We now strap on the boards and go for a couple of powder turns, and I hope you can do the same soon. Bye-bye.